Stay a while and listen.
Sanctuary where the fallen may want to erase me. Surrounded by demons, I'm calling for someone to save me. You're an enigma to me, all I think about lately. Transform in darkness, I'm lost and I feel that it changed me. Go on, save me. Go on and save me. Go on and save me. Tell me that you save me. Go on and save me. Go on and save me. Go on and save me. Tell me that you save me. Yeah. Shout for help. Call to arms. Put it all on the line. Damage. Amplify. Curses cloud in my mind. Taking over. Last wish. Final breath of the dime. Soul found. Players day. Rush weed. I try. This a little too hardcore, I wish I had a bit more insight. Breaking like a mosaic, so you about to fist to a kick fight. Don't bail on this quest, fortitude is on my chest. Chance scar on my wrist, G is how I'm dressed. Go on and save me, go on and save me. Tell me that you save me. Go on and save me, go on and save me. Go on and save me, tell me that you save me.
Stay a while and listen.
Break out these shackles or harness my demons so gracefully. Bring chaos or hellfire and shadows I master so patiently. A paradise shaped in my vision, it's realer than make-believe. Power and knowledge, a warlock embraces it shamelessly. Go on and save me. Go on and save me. Go on and save me. Tell me that you save me. Go on and save me. Go on and save me. Go on and save me. Tell me that you save me. Go on and save me. Go on and save me. Go on and save me. Tell me that you save me. Go on and save me. Go on and save me. Go on and save me. Tell me that you save me. Tell me, can you save me?
Yo. What up, everyone? How we doing? It's a blast for until people are already well into the 90s. I mean, yeah, grind is grind, man. Grind is grind. Thank you very much, Uzbek, for the sub. What's that opening song? That's Baby No Money. He did a collab with Diablo. It's pretty cool. Pretty fun little collab they got going. Cool. What's up? Okay.
Moo.
Thanks,
Let's
Wookie.
go, Llama.
Perfect. Thanks, Paladin. What's up, YouTube? Mr. Lemessy here, and today I want to make a Blood Boil guided playthrough. Now, this is coming on the backs of patch 3.2, which actually fixed the Blood Boil and Fire Tainted synergy. So there was used to be 30%, now 20% synergy of Blood Boil damage being added to Summon Tainted. However, it wasn't working. And so now it is working. And so I want to kind of play through that because I know for an endgame build it's very strong, but I kind of want to see how it plays along the way. So let's jump into it. This is, of course, the Warlock, who's had a few little changes here and there. Again, most notably for this build is going to be this synergy now works. And so this will be kind of our focus, Summon Tainted into Blood Boil, and then getting some Demonic Mastery early on. So let's go ahead. We're on Players 8. Players 8 is just easier for leveling up when you're starting out there. But if you're online or on, a lot of people are like, oh, I don't have Players 8 because I'm playing online, so I can't do anything. It's like, it's the same thing. It's just slower, right? Like, if you're on Players 8, it just allows you to kind of max out this idea where you can get more experience when you're stronger. And so, like, that's it. That's all that there really is there. Now, I think this build will actually play pretty straight up, I imagine. Because we're probably just going to go right into Demonic Mastery until we get down to Summon Tainted. And then eventually into Blood Boil over there. And remember that at the hard points of 1, 5, and 10... that is, or I guess just 5 and 10 is the main thing. That is the maximum demons that you can have. So we want to get, probably for starting purposes, up to the 5 or the 10 on Demonic Mastery. I guess 1 isn't really necessary. You always get the 1. So 5 and 10 is when you get your second and your third, which gives us, again, just enough time where we could probably do that. And I'll go ahead and just kill a little bit more and get a tiny bit of gold. The starting point in Miasma Bolt is very strong. If you want to be even faster with this build, you could technically start with just running fire or magic, and that'll be a little bit faster. But we're gonna, because this is a guided playthrough for the Tainted and everything like that, I always try when I'm playing these to not just play always the fastest build, but play through what I think is like, more thematic with it. So we are still on P8 here. If you want to swap down to P1 for the den, you totally can. But try and just get a little bit more experience again. You're just doing goats with Blood Boil to start, and then you'll swap over. Yeah, and that also totally works. I mean, again, you could play, there are many ways to play these builds, which is the nice thing. So you could play early goats. You could play, waiting on Blood Boil till later on. You can play starting with magic and then speccing into Blood Boil and like Nightmare, or when you hit level 18. Like there's a large variety. It just kind of depends what you're going for with it a little bit. Okay, so we got another point there. We'll just put more into Demonic Mastery, work towards those 5 points. Then we could have 2 goats. Nice and easy. A99's on ladder. Yeah, there's a couple 99s on ladder now. Yi hit his 99 yesterday, and the boosting service RMT site also hit their 99. So hopefully Blizzard goes and removes that one again. but we'll see. When an RMT site, yeah, is there, it's just meh. Yeah, that's the service one. It's a Chinese RMT site. Were they legit 99? I mean, who knows? I would say if you're an RMT site, you're probably not legit no matter what. Like, they probably have a bunch of bots, right? And such. Like, RMT sites just do have that stuff because they're selling all the items and things. So, you know, they're getting all their gear from bunches of bots. They're probably buying things, whatever they don't have. Like, I wouldn't say it's legit. I'm also not sure there was any sleep whatsoever in their push. Whether that means it was a single person boost blasting, whether there was a the account share on it, who knows, right? So I wouldn't call it legit, personally. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, perfect. So we'll stack up on some of these. We'll get some more demonic mastery. I know the latest Jin Jin video's out. I almost watched it this morning. These are also really good packs. So something that, you know, I should probably note in guided playthroughs and stuff. Boss packs are worth 500% experience. Is season 14 dead? No. So obviously this would be more helpful if I had like more points in Miasma Bolt or something. But even with just these, you can see, just like, watch my experience. And I am already level 5, so I'm already pretty leveled up. But if you watch my experience bar when this guy like dies here, they're worth like almost 2 bars a pop, even at level 5. So coming out and farming these guys can be a great way to pick up a little experience. They just can sometimes take a little bit, especially when you're not like spec'd exactly for them. Okay, now I'm actually going to put 1 more point into Demonic Mastery so I can get a second Goatman. We will want Deathmark and we will want Blood Oath. So those will be like next points. But right now, grab some juicy experience, even if it takes a tiny bit of time. Cool. Okay. Gained like more than an entire level from that pack. Is season 14 dead by now? I mean, I wouldn't say it's dead at all. Like, there's still going to be plenty of people playing and stuff. And we'll continue with Vitality. Guides playthrough, not a speedrun, so no rush needed. Exactly. Just starting out with Vitality is nice. I will grab this shrine. And again, the +1 to Miasma Bolt is like just enough early on to be useful, you know? It's not super crazy, but it's powerful enough. You can kill some stuff with it. Right. Now, Rakanishu is also a fantastic farm. One of my favorite places if I just want to level to like level 12 really quickly or something. I'll just kill Rakanishu over and over again. And you can take them all the way up to like level 14 if you're on Player's 8 or whatever, and it's still pretty good. Okay, so we'll go ahead and grab points in Blood Oath. Blood Oath, of course, just increases life of demons, resist, physical damage reduction, and then also makes it so your damage taken is a little bit less. Some of that will go to the demon instead. So just helpful for survivability. Get our second demon back up. And let's go find the waypoint. Hopefully it's close, but we'll see what happens. If it's not close at all, then you can kind of make that determination like, okay, maybe I just won't farm it as much. It's, you know, complete opposite sides. But what can also be nice in the Stony Field is you can just get tons and tons and tons of experience shrines. So that can be really useful. Yeah, I mean, that's just it, Joe. There's just a demand. Some people want to buy items enough that all those sites can exist and profit. Where's the waypoint? It's like the last spot I haven't looked, but I feel like I did actually. Huh. Up tucked around behind here. Ah, yes. Okay.
Good day.
All right, so we'll go back to Stony Field. We'll summon our goats. And we'll go back for Rakanishu. Again, I'm just doing this on Player's 8 right now. Do I have a favorite build or play style? I'd say casters are my favorite, just overall. Or like archers. Maybe archers are my favorite. Okay, we'll get a point in Death Mark. Death Mark, of course, good for marking an enemy. It teleports your minions to said enemy, but additionally, then they get damage increased by 5 and magic damage increase, and the person you mark gets minus defense. So it's just a nice little combo.
Good day.
Hello.
That is very weird, Zug. I don't know. I write all the Icy Veins guides, so those are the guides that I can speak to. One to levitation mastery, sure. Yo, murder with the 1,000, thank you.
Who is this big llama? Starting all this drama. It's me, bitch.
Let's go.
I have a soft spot for barbs. I do. I like barbs. I generally like the standard more. I like barbarians who can just be like big ol' boys that go in and just slowly kind of melee stuff down, but are like tanky boys. I enjoy that fight. I enjoy your sorcerer, like casting from afar and running around. And I enjoy your bows. Those are the 3 things that I enjoy the most. Very simple, I would say. So generally, like druids and assassins and these characters that get into all this like other stuff are not on my list as much of my like favorite builds. But I will say I have enjoyed the Warlock. I think the Warlock's done a solid job. What's the best Zon build for controller right now? Oh. I mean, I don't know with controller exactly. I feel like I don't know how well like throwing. I feel like bows are maybe a little too much for controller. If throwing is fine, then Lightning Fury for sure. It's just a solid build overall. If throwing is awkward, then I would run just like Charge Strike, Lightning Strike. But I imagine Lightning Fury. And I've done, Lightning Fury guided playthrough before, and it's so powerful. Act 3 Hell is the only thing that's rough. Throwing ambos are fine, no awkwardness. Okay, good. So, yeah, seems like you can run any of them. I mean, Lightning Fury is going to be your strongest, for sure. Okay, we got more skill points, so we'll just keep going Demonic Mastery. We're going to be 1 point short. I'll have to do Radament or something to make it up. Okay. We're level 10. That feels fine enough. Let's go ahead and go forward. Again, you can level there as much or as little as you would like. And you can always remember that for anywhere in this game, especially when you start hitting like hard spots, that can be really useful. I was kind of thinking about when I play a lot of new games, I don't really spend much time farming. And I was wondering why, because I'm like, farming is such a nice thing, right? To just go back and grind a little and pick up a few levels. But I think a lot of it is because it feels unnecessary on new games. It's like the games are built where you don't need to go back and farm. And so when you are going back and farm, it's just because you've like built the character wrong, or you didn't buy a piece of gear that you needed, or something, you didn't craft the right thing. Something like that. I don't know exactly. No, you can shop them still at 93. It'll be fine. A little bit longer. How many characters do I have through Hell? Day 4, is it? I mean, not many there, because I'm not doing a lot. Like, we could have a ton if we wanted to.
Keep up the great work, smile.
Thanks, ST. Level. Yeah, so we're going to be just shy. But level 12, we'll probably jump into the Tainted. Maybe. Maybe I should go one more Demonic Mastery. That's a tough choice. Oh, I guess we're 2 away from it, so never mind. Never mind. Hey, Muzzle. Okay. So, again, you'll note that I'm mostly aiming at the boss mobs, just because there's so much more experience for them. With a skill shrine, we actually. Oh no, it's hard points. That's right. Tried Uber Ancients. He was not ready for it. Uber Ancients are no joke. Uber Ancients have been souped up. They are nutty. It's great. I love that, like, they put in a real tough fight there. Yeah, it's an extra step up for sure. We'll do some tower runs. We want to find a stealth for our character. We're 2 away from knowing what Blizzard's next move is and then lying about it, according to the community. I don't know nothing about what's not coming to the next nothing of Diablo, okay? That's all I can tell you. Uber Ancients roll you minus 100 res. Exactly. Each one is minus 100. They have like special new auras. Nobody knows what that was. Attack rating, don't need 9 to mana is nice. Early mana is always useful. And we'll just pick up a few more potions. We actually can go up to 25 strength. I generally like to do that around like level 10, 11, 12, something like that. Everything else vitality for life. And that's just so we can wear a bigger belt a little bit later on. Plus there's a few pieces of gear that could be used with like 20 to 25 strength in there. Champions are worth 300% experience, but tanky champions like that are just not quite as great. Definitely not under another NDA. I mean, look, I'm probably under some NDAs still for whatever things. Like, I've got more knowledge on Mosaic changes coming that I can't share. Like what they're gonna plan to do, you know. But maybe something else small, but otherwise, I mean, I don't know much. All right, we have Tainteds now. Let's go ahead and swap into a couple Tainteds. See how they do. Is Blood Boil superior to Demon Warlock in every way? I mean, Blood Boil is a Demon Warlock, but yes, it's a stronger Demon Warlock. Do you think there's potential for PvP Diablo to get more popularity? I feel like they'd have to give some love to it, you know? Like, create a dedicated arena or something. Do some stuff to help it out. Yeah, I think having more Tainteds is... or more damage on these Tainteds will be better when we level up. And again, the level 1 Miasma Bolt still doing some work. Still a nice way to get a small, you know, bit of damage added in myself. We'll just continue with Vitality. Okay, let's see. 9 to 12 to 12 to 18. Oh yeah, that's a massive boost. That is a massive boost. Now remember, that damage is on the new summon ones, so you have to resummon them for that. Whenever you level up, add more points, have a skill shrine, whatever with summons. See how the goats do against Countess. Honestly, pretty similar. Maybe slightly more damage. Oh yeah, I mean, I think you should. Now, one important thing is I did kill her on players 1. You saw that I changed my players count. Oops. Changed my players count to players 1 before she died. The reason is she drops more runes on players 1. That is just what it is.
Good day.
So we want 2 rune words, Tal Eth and Tyr Ral. The reason for both of these, Tal Eth is for stealth, Tyr Ral is for leaf, which is +3 to fire skills. Tainted and Blood Boil are both fire skills. So, nice little bonuses there. Go ahead and get our summons up. Go back to players 8. And we can keep farming right here. D2 PvP always felt like a gimmick. I mean, it's like really fun, but also, yeah, it does feel like if they put some effort into it, they could make it really nice, you know? Like some of my favorite things with PvP and D2 are actually more like lower level dueling off of, you know, gear you find around and stuff, right? Like, we want to find a 2-socket armor. Unfortunate. Would Neftir have a major or minor effect for Warlock early on? So Nadir is nice in that you get the mana per kill, but you don't really need the Cloak of Shadows, and Nadir doesn't really offer that much else outside of that, so it's not that good for this character. Okay, let's just keep bumping these guys up. Resummon them. Also in the tower, generally until level 17, you can still get experience if you're on players 8. If you're on players 1, about level 14, before it just starts not being really worth much experience at all. So just something to note when you're kind of like leveling through here and killing stuff. And whenever you're in an area, it's always a good idea to just check that. Just like be playing and see as you're playing, oh, hey, the experience is starting to fall off, right? Starting to not feel worth it very much anymore. When you ran first night in Blizzard, do you remember your gear? I commanded to show you look like Nightwing, Fathom, Train Slopes, Eldritch Blitz, Rhino, Spirit Miner, Dwarf Star, COH. MCR ring, what Ami? I would guess Mara's or yeah, or Tal's. Oh boy. That was a long time ago, so it's hard to remember exactly. Unless I had some nice FCR source. I'd have to go back and look. Yeah, it might have been. I mean, if I wasn't running 3-piece towels, then yeah, it probably wasn't towels. Generally, you're not running towels by itself. I'd run Mara's instead. So at this point, yeah, we'll go a little more with it. And again, we go down to players 8. Definitely getting to the point where 2 more points in Mnemonic Mastery is seeming pretty good. So we want Tyr Tal. And Ethereal again. Not a big deal if you don't get your runes immediately, because again, this is nice farming time. So always good to remember that. You don't need to immediately have everything right here. Man, that's tough. You really want a lot of your points early on. Nightmare Helmeth to get Shaco. Helen Dariel. I don't think... Yeah, Nightmare Mephisto doesn't drop Shaco, so... Is Blood Boil even viable because of fire immunes in Hell? Blood Boil also does physical damage, so... It'll be a little worse in those instances, but should still be good. Always check your daggers. Get something nice. Was there an update for any other characters? There was not. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities. If you don't get the runes by the time you stop getting experience in the tower, which you still keep farming. Yes, I just wouldn't I would just run to Countess though. Honestly, when I get to even level 16 down here, I start just running to Countess more. Rather than stopping and killing all the stuff. You just go, okay, now it's time to just get the runes and move forward. What would someone without an NDA say about future updates? I wouldn't know. But yeah, speaking from the non-NDA'd version of myself, who knows nothing, but is just, you kind of have to put yourself into those spaces. Where you just say, okay, how would I react if I didn't know anything? And in this case, I don't know anything, so it's totally fine. I don't have anything I'm, giving away or anything. But I would definitely say, it feels like from everything that they've said, back to Players 1, there is definitely chance for there to be more updates. To other classes, to items, to other things. Could we get new content maybe? I don't know, right? I don't know what all is coming. But the way that they talk about it sounds like they are willing and hopeful to continue making content. There's the tier rune, which is nice. So you just need the Tau rune. Which, Tau rune is the easiest rune to find of all the runes here. Basically a 50% chance every time you kill Countess on Players 1.
The order welcomes you.
All trash there. Okay. You'll go the Blood Boil Demon path and respect my Goatman. I think it's going to be very fun. I've got those tabs. I'm just not using them because whenever I do guided playthroughs, I try not to use those. So that way it's like it's a brand new character. Would Fortitude negatively affect the chance of a chance to arrive lower resonance with dual plague swords? Yes. I guess, right? Like, Fortitude would make your character get hit less, if that is the question. You wish other classes were not a joke like Wind Druid? Wind Druid's not a joke at all. Wind Druid is really good, actually. Thought you were gonna say, like, Skelly Mage Necro or something. Okay, yeah, we're 16.5 already, so at this point, again, I'm gonna mostly start pushing. We can kill a little bit more. Champions are definitely, like, not super worth it unless they're Champion Fallens. But, yeah, really, we just want to be killing Countess now. Continue with Vitality. And let's get a Tal Rune. Blood Boil is not that great for bosses, but the Tainted should be really good for bosses. They're going to have a lot of damage. But goats are also good for bossing. Both of those were solid boss killers. All right, there's our Tal Rune. Perfect timing. Perfect. So let's go get a 2-socket armor. We didn't find one. Well, no worries. We can just go shop one. Remember, you're looking for a gray one, not a blue one, right? Sometimes it'll be mechanics and it's magic. That doesn't work. We just want a gray. You can also shop a 2-open socket helm if you don't have one there. Whatever other points. That was Players 8 Countess, but she spawned as Players 8, but I changed her to Players 1 before I killed her. Thus, she ended up as Players 1 overall. And so she drops more runes. So for her, item drops. So stealth, faster unwalk, faster cast rate, hit recovery, all good. And then leaf will be tier Ral. That'll be level 19. So we'll just have to get a 2-open socket staff. Again, gray. This is blue right here. Mechanics. That's bad. We don't want that. So go in and out of town, shopping, again mechanics. There we go, nice and cheap. Perfect. What do you change? What level do you change Warlock build? What build should I do? What do you suggest isn't fire the best for leveling? Yes, this is not the fastest leveling build. Playing magic and fire is going to be faster. If you want the fastest leveling Warlock, go to Icy Veins and literally go to the fast, like the Warlock, and then there's a guide that's fastest Warlock leveling build, and you can follow that step by step. Our custom gift sub badge is a new thing. I don't know. You know, next point goes to Blood Boil, so yeah, let's do this. We definitely want to pick up all the books, because if we can get a book with, like... Darn. Nice stuff, that could be really good. This is better than what we have. So it does give us a sigil. Some more death mark, which is okay. Increase the damage by 9, CF5. If you change player settings after spawning the monster, it keeps the HP, but the drops will change. The drops will change to whatever the lower value is. So yes, whenever you spawn a mob, it spawns the HP and experience and all those values. The drops for a mob are determined on the kill, and it will take whatever the lowest player's count was from when that mob has like been seen, essentially. So if you change P8 to P1 to P8, it should be P1 still. This way you can't cheese bosses, go in on P1 and then change to players 8 and get players 8 drops. You're just unlucky. Sunders are dropping like candy. And players 1 gives more runes specifically and only for the Countess. It is a one-time only thing. We'll also go ahead and swap to a big boy belt so we can use more potions. Rare Amy. What's the most fun and strong build? I choose my level as fire, but I want respec. Magic is a very nice and fun build to play through, and one of the nice things about it is you don't really run into immune issues, with the exception of Bale Wave 2. That's the only time you'll have an immunity issue. So I think that's one of the easiest for leveling through because of that. I like it, mister. Okay, see what we got here. 10 to mana. Perfect. And then a little bit of other stuff, a little bit of res. Fire enchanted bosses have a lot of fire res, of course, so we don't really care to kill them. Just focus on killing the minions, because the minions also give 500% experience. Endgame, is it fun and strong too? Yeah, it's still S tier in the endgame. If you're ever wondering, is this build S tier, A tier, in a group, on a solo playthrough, in the end game? Well, I've got all that for you on Icy Veins. I've spent hours and hours and hours, hundreds of hours on all these guides for all of these classes, and including is the PVM tier list, which gives you solo tier list playthrough builds, group tier list of all the A tier, B tier, S tier, and endgame tier list, which gives you all the best S tier, A tier builds and all of those. You can follow any of these through. Go to there. You've got all your stuff. You've got your recommended skills, all the gear for damage, magic find builds, uber builds, budget builds, all that. Can you use the source so you get Center Charm? Center Charms, technically, I believe someone did drop one in Nightmare, but you're not really going to get them in Nightmare. Honestly, the best place I found for getting Sunders was just killing, like, Endariel a bunch and, like, lots of mobs like that, as opposed to killing Heralds. Heralds, I found, were actually not as good for it. I think they still need to fix that and, like, figure out a little bit better. You don't like the magic? That's fair. Well, it has changed since season 13. Season 14, they reworked magic, so there's no longer a cast delay on chains, so you can stack a bunch of chains really fast, and it's a different build than it was before. This is offline. Yes. Yeah, Heralds, and there's just some wonkiness going on right now with them over there. Now, before we go to level 4, I'm going to change down to players 1. Maybe players 3, actually, because Endariel is weak to fire damage. She has minus 50 fire res, so it does make me more want to let's go Blood Boil. Do that. Okay, so now we can start Blood Boiling. We do have to be a little careful with Blood Boil, to be honest, because we don't have Engorge yet. And Engorge is a very big part of the Blood Boil puzzle because it is the healing piece. So I'm not going to be like crazy Blood Boiling right now. If I do, you know, I'll do Blood Boil, Blood Boil, Blood Boil, Blood Boil. But now you can see they're really low, so I have to resummon them. So right now it's kind of more like resummon if you're Blood Boiling. And then later on it feels a lot nicer once you get a point in Engorge. Man, you really are kind of strapped for points here, because you do want that final, like, demon. It's it's similar to Corpse Explosion, a bit different. Ghost Flame and Aeneas Purge build. Still probably not really. I mean, it's like maybe okay. Is Ohm for any Pally Torch a fair trade? I mean, I'd rather have probably the Paladin Torch, but assuming you're talking like ladder right now. But I don't know. It's really hard to give values anytime within the first week because they're fluctuating constantly. Like every hour or few hours, the values change. Okay, we'll go to players 3 for Endariel. Again, that's just because she's weak to fire. So they should be pretty strong. And I can Blood Boil as well. And resummon. Easy.
And the maiden's anguish waned as he loomed on the verge.
And just like that. Act 1 is done. Nice and easy. Give yourselves a clap. Level 18. Very nice. Gonna head over here. Get some potions. Sure. 10, 10, 5 on resistances with some energy. It's a great helm. Nothing really super good. I'll take 2 energy instead. Chip gems are also good for re-rolling later on. That's why I'm keeping those. And rejuves are just because they're nice to have for like hell in some places in Nightmare. I'll also keep books because we can use books for re-rolling. And I'll show you that a little bit later. Can look for a better belt. 4 to life is technically better, but I don't know if it's that necessary. More vitality. Back to players 8. One more tainted. Good to go. And we want to hit this level 19 so we can get our leaf. And these guys are kind of annoying, but they should get us to 19. Resummon. Perfect. Okay. So let's go back at level 19. And let us hit Tirral in the staff. And remember, you can use it with a 2-hander, which is nice. 3 to fire skills, and then some cold res and map per kill. And again, fire skill and fire skill. So this is a really big boost for us. Gonna boost up all the damages across those guys. I kind of think I'm going to go for the points over here as well now. I'm going to get to the 10 demonic mastery. You understand the design behind some uniques. Some are just bad. Some are designed with the idea of like classic. Before Runewords existed, they were better, you know. Honestly, a lot of the stuff that we do see in the game is kind of due to not having, you know, like this is back in 2000 and not having people that have played the game for 40,000 hours testing and saying, we could improve it like this, and this. Right. So, you know, I think that actually does end up being a big factor. Will they do another pass on those characters? Who knows? Maybe. Oh yeah, that blood boil feeling good now, huh? You feel so undecided. This is the beauty of the Warlock. And again, slightly the unfortunate part for other classes. The Warlock got to be tested by a couple people that have played this game for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. And so with that, we were able to make it have a lot of fun, interesting builds, essentially, is the easiest way to put it. Anytime a build wasn't fun and interesting, we could say, hey, this build isn't working. Let's make it fun. How about this, you know? And so now, I honestly think that is the biggest strength of the Warlock. He just has so many fun builds. His Demon build is fun. His Blood Boil build is fun. His, you know, Echoing Strike is fun. His Cleave is fun. His Magic is fun. His Fire is fun. Like, he's just good. Because all the builds are functional. Because, like, when the Demon started, it was non-functional. It was a terrible playthrough experience. You know? Now it's a really fun one. No way, unadorned. Where's that waypoint supposedly? Maybe just in that little nook? Now, there's still some tweaks to be done on different things and stuff. I don't think it's in the perfect spot. I think they could lower damage in some spots, increase in some others, you know, like whatever. But overall, I think it's got a lot of good variety. And if you take out, you know, old Echoing Strike, which is better now. Okay, nice spot. All right, we'll get our third Tainted. Let's go. Beautiful. Wait, hammer. I don't even know what the hammer is. Never even seen it. Our Tainted OP now. Tainted are very good. Yes, my friend hit 99. He got there. It gives more mod privileges. Oh, I don't need to give that out. Sure, 10 FCR. He was second to a, I mean, I'll say a cheater, an RMT site boosting a character. So, you know, yeah. Nice waypoint. Thoughts in Miasma's endgame? Oh, it's great. It's S tier, very fun. The new Miasma is really fun. Everyone's cheating using JSP and preparing shrines and runs. Well, preparing shrines and runs, I would say, is very different from using JSP. Now, one thing particular with my friend is we didn't do any JSP at all. There was none of that being done. No gifted items and stuff. It was all just like, you know, a group of people pushing and grinding and doing that. Okay. Do I want more in Tainteds or Blood Boil? I think I want to keep going with Tainted, actually. there's kind of two things I would note, having played this last season and not using JSP and just having all that and stuff. Nice. 19 fire res is great. The things I would note are, one, you can definitely have a lot of fun just trading on like Tradery and other trade sites like that. And there is enough use there that you can like shift around and do that stuff. So I do think there is still plenty to be done just trading on those sites. Two, if you do feel like you're gonna just it is the Chinese name, Dark. If you do feel like you're going to use it, I think you can use it in a way that can feel kind of fun, where you can like trade there, but you're only trading there with stuff you've like found that ladder. So you're not, you know, like using previous stuff, right? So I find, you know, like, well, yeah, one, of course, no credit card allowed, but two, even more so, like, oh, okay, I find something and I trade it for 200 forum gold. I can only use 200 to go, like, trade around with, right? Like, you just don't use any previous. And then they're still using it, obviously, but you're using it in a way of like everything is always just going to be like the value that you would have had, just because there are a lot of people there for trades. Overall, you know, you do it how you want. But yeah, doing this last ladder, just trading around with people on Tradery and again other sites, actually worked really nicely and was very fun. I think it was even more fun than anything because, for instance, we were trying to get a lot of like shards. We want a lot of deep shards and stuff. And so we were just making trades with people that was just like, hey, I'll give you these titans for 3 northern shards. And they're like, yeah, sure. You know, like, it very much came back to the older trading feel where not everything is a perfect balanced trade. Where it's like, yeah, this is worth 150 and you're giving me 170, so you need to have 20 more. It was just like, what do you need? You need arachnid mesh. I need northern shards. Let's see how many we've got and make the combo. Okay, good enough, right? Like, we both got what we needed. It's good. So that was really the like beauty and fun of it, was you were just making those trades and just trading around items, and sometimes people would offer us, you know, runes that were higher, right? They'd be like, hey, I want your... What was a good example? We had like a Sunder Charm and we were wanting an Ohm rune and someone gave us a low rune for it because they didn't have an Ohm. They just had a low. And it was like, okay, sure. Like, yeah, we'll take the low rune. We'll make a Fortitude then instead. You know, so like stuff like that. But then other times we would give away more value. Okay. We went to players 1 right there just because being players 8 in the Maggot Lair is actually okay with this build until you run into like a fire enchant. It can be a little bit slower and annoying. But with I was gonna say echoing, or not echoing. Yeah, with Blood Boil, we have physical damage now, so it actually works out okay. Oh wait, that's right. There's the exit up there. I wish, one of my biggest wishes, besides a charm bag, is that Diablo 2 would have a trading, like, site within the game. That would be so beautiful and amazing. Being able to just put items up, list them, have people go, trade for them, all the stuff. Like PoE has, exactly. Okay, we'll keep going Tainted and Vitality. Right, without the real money piece on it. But yeah, I just think it'd be so fun. Just like Path of Exile has there. Or how PD2 has. But PD2's is on the site, right? I want it in the game.
I can't.
That would be amazing and do so much for trade. You can get to it from game now? Really? But it'll still like take you to the site, right? They don't have a built-in UI, do they? Did I mention it while testing this? Oh yeah, again. I have mentioned 5,000 things to the devs that have not been implemented. The devs are ultimately the developers of this game. Gotcha, okay. But I have given my feedback and mentioned all sorts of goodies like that to them. Now, obviously, something like that requires a lot of coding and testing and all sorts of stuff, so... But I've sent them item updates I would make, skill updates I would make, quality of life features, how I would implement a charm bag, how I would do X, Y, Z. Everything. I've sent everything I could possibly want in this game and how I think it could be good, ways I think it could be bad, blah, blah, blah. Stuff that I don't think should be implemented, but I would still like. Okay, I kind of like 19 fire res more. It's a lot of fire res. How big is the D2R dev team? I mean, it's not that big, right? So they kind of have to focus where they're putting all their attention. A lot of coding. A trading site is what? 4 Claude tokens? Jesus Christ. Ban this person. World's in such a weird place right now, man. Companies giving awards for most tokens used and stuff. Like, so much, just anybody can burn tokens. This guy spent $500,000 this month on tokens. Here's an award. What? Love and honor, thank you. Pope wrote a massive essay on AI, right? Got me siding that with the Pope out here.
Horizon's mine.
If they implement trading into their game, I'll never leave for another game. Right? They have like a whole site like that. That would be funny if you used AI to write the essay though. It's like the early days of programming where you're paid for lines of code. I mean, literally, that's it. All it does is encourage bad coding when you are paid for lines of code. Like, a good coder could write this in 20 lines. A bad coder can write this in 100. Why are we paying someone to write it in 100? Yeah, I'm gonna check out the new PoE League Friday.
Excellent. Yes.
What do you think about MF? Is rank one? Wait, what? What's MF? Oh, I love MF being first Warlock. Yeah, it's great. All I know is this season showed me next season. Maybe I'll go 99 and we're gonna crush it. There's so much bad code in the world. Token coaches. Jesus. More vitality.
Hello.
And we'll go for Engorge at 24. Otherwise, we'll just keep going Summon Tainted. Thanks, Turbo. It's like a twisted little corpse explosion. Yeah, essentially. Yeah, I mean, this is feeling really nice. I actually wonder if it'll be better to put the points in Blood Boil. Because you get 20% synergy, which is pretty good. I'll have to look. Just don't tell me we fourth wade. That's all I need to hear. Son of a gun, we fourth wade. Well, plenty of experience. It's actually wild that we are almost level 24, just like going through the arcane here. A lot of times you'll be like 21 or something. We have leveled very well, and this has been pretty easy leveling, which is nice. So now, something also to remember with Blood Boil is it does explode around each of your minions. It doesn't stack, So if multiple, of them are exploding at the same time on top of each other, you're only getting one. But if your minions kind of spread out and there's multiple mobs, then you're getting a lot of blood boil coverage. All right, and we'll get the point in Engorge. And now we can start going more into spammy. Because you can go a bunch of blood boil, bang, 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 and then hit one Engorge and heal them back up. And we will continue with Vitality. We're also, like, I am a little slow with it, but we could have a mercenary as well coming along. If we wanted, get an Act 2 mercenary. Probably just Prayer. Seems like the best. Don't really need Blessed Aim that much. 7 light res is okay, but on a Grand Charm, I don't know if I want that much. Put this away. We'll just buy him a random weapon. Do I have an L rune? No. Because I could make a Malice if I did. Alright, we'll just get him this.
I'll put that to good use.
So we can have a little bit of damage. And we want to go to the double down arrow. Now remember, it goes circle, moon, square. This is left to right. Circle, moon, square, sun, double down arrow, triangle, circle over moon. That is from left to right. How to go over 9, thank you.
Over_corn gifted a tier 1 sub to Apple Chips _ the video game.
Thank you very much. And again, you can kind of be more spammy now with your corpse explosion because you can just engorge afterwards and heal. So spam 10 corpse explosions, whatever, blood boils, and then heal once. And then make sure to death mark them around as well, just to get them where you want a little faster. Looks like we have a pretty fast area right here. Beautiful. We'll go down to players 1 before we fight Duriel. And this should be a pretty fast fight, I'm not gonna lie. I imagine this will be very quick. If you feel unsafe, you can get thawing potions for yourself. You can get thawing potions for your mercenary. All that is okay. But this should be very simple. You can always do shift 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever to give a potion to your mercenary. Help him heal a little. And done. Nice and easy. Nice. Dual res with 7 energy. That's fantastic. We'll use that. I do like FCR just because I am casting a lot here, so we're going to hold on to that. I will also go grab a couple stamina potions. Yeah, I mean, we're level 24 with a leaf. Powerful army. So even though Blood Boil itself isn't... Oh, oops, I didn't touch the turret, I guess. Even though Blood Boil itself isn't... that great against bosses, the fire damage from the Tainted is enough.
Good day.
Okay. We are 24, unfortunately, so because of that, I do want to shop a teleport staff, but I can't do it as well because I'm already 24. But essentially, when you get here, you want to find a not +1 to teleport sorceress only, but +1 to teleportation charges. If you're level 23, 19 to 23, it will be red because it's unusable, so you can only look at the red ones. Otherwise, for us, we have to look at all of them because we are 24, so now it's usable. I can also use the chip gems to try and hit it, which is why we grabbed this. So we can look for some cheap staves. And this is how this works. You put 3 gems in there, and now 3 to fireball. That'll sell for good money. Nova charges, but plus to Frost Nova and Nova, that'll sell for good money. So now we're getting money, as well as potential chances to hit teleportation charges. It's not crazy often you do, but it's possible. Let's find cheapos. Thanks, Mark. Okay, roll a couple more.
Greetings.
4 mana per kill. That's not worth anything. We'll re-roll it. That is worth plenty of money. We can save that. And 517. Nope. Okay. So didn't hit it, but we did hit some good money there. Should be like 40 to 45 grand in staves that we have, which helps us for selling to try and buy one in the future. There we go. So just looking for teleportation charges. This is actually beautiful. It has no other mods on it, and it has lightning resist. Great, great, great find. We'll put that on our offhand, and now we have teleportation charges just to help out with, a lot of times it's just useful for escaping in certain bad scenarios or for jumping across, you know, like spaces that would take a long time to run around. So just something you can easily use to speed up a little bit. Mosaic is usable in non-ladder. I'm trying to think if you can actually craft it there, or if it's just the ones that have ported over. I feel like you can build it. Okay. So for instance, right here is a great place to use the teleportation charge as opposed to spending all the time. You know, more points actually will be good in Blood Boil because the base radius will increase with more points. So that will be useful. So I think I will start putting some points there. How do you reset the telecharges? You can repair them. You can either just repair them at a repairing vendor. They are a little expensive. So they cost like a little over 2 grand per use. So you got to be careful just spamming them out. Or you can use an Ort Rune and a Chip Gem and a Cube, and that will do a repair of them. You can make Mosaic in single player as well. Okay, Great Marsh on the 5. You know, I actually think we have a skip with a Flare Jungle on the 5, right? We'll set a TP, but I think we have a skip. Yeah, so this actually does increase our radius, and again increases the base damage. Is this build or fire better for ladder start? Fire is going to be a little bit stronger. This build is still good though. And still very fun. So, I mean, I do recommend it. Oh wow, it just goes up to a dead end, huh? Unless this is going to kick right for us. I don't think so though. Darn, darn, darn. Unfortunate. This is also a safe, very safe build. Yeah, I mean, you have 3 demons that you can teleport wherever you want, so you can put them, you know, in the way. I'm entering hell with Miasma. Is it worth considering switching to this build? I mean, the thing is, Miasma is very powerful. And so you're going to be plenty strong with Miasma. So I don't feel like you need to make the switch. However, this build is good. Like, it is good. In Hell, you are going to have fire immunes that you have to deal with a little bit more. So that'll be a little bit annoying. Blood Boil does have physical, though, so you can still kill them. We'll see how this does when we get to Hell. Right? We're kind of going to just, like, play along, so we'll see soon enough. But Miasma's, you know, will this be faster than Miasma in Hell? I don't know about that. Miasma is one of the fastest builds, but it's an alternative, and again, could be a little safer. So let's work our way through the Great Marsh. More vitality. Make sure we're players 8. And just try and get all this juicy experience. Flare Jungle is a nice leveling spot as well. Swampy. Swamp of Florida. We're cooking, man. It's playing great.
What a relic.
Let's go get a ring.
Almost might know what purpose it could serve.
Wow. It's hard to ask for much worse than that. That definitely goes up there in like top 5 worst rings from Ormus. 2 to strength, poison length reduce, and charge bolt charges. Woof. Yeah, that magic ring did him no good either. That ain't doing anybody any good. Tell you what. Makes sense. Can also be good to just pick up things like rings, ammies, bone ones, U ones. All these have the potential to just have good money. So if you're wanting to pick up a little bit of extra cash. I mean, I'd rather have +1 magic find than any of those stats.
I can't.
Nice and easy. Hit level 26. So let's take a look at the damage really fast of what would happen. So we go, this would go up to 108 to 148. Now it goes 112 to 152. So Blood Boil actually is ending up being even more damage in this moment. Plus we're slowly working towards additional radius. There's one more radius of 7 yards that we can get to for it. The Tyrian over there, the Chip Gem there. Keep going. I find with my 74 Necro with the Mercy, then Psychic and Yarn build up. Yeah, I mean, that's solid. I assume you mean Pindleskin. Just being Act 5 is a great way to build your army for Summon Necro. I kind of wish armies persisted between games, though. You know? Like, that's one of the biggest problems with summoners is Diablo 2 is very much about, like, farming, right? You like do Andy runs every 30 seconds, a new Andy run every whatever, and you just don't get to do any of that. I'm actually gonna go strength just a tiny bit. I don't know if I really want Spirit, though. I mean, Spirit's one less skill there. I guess it's enough because we are getting more points in, like, Blood Oath and Demonic Mastery and stuff. So I guess Spirit would be good here. And if I run Spirit, then I could run a shield, so I could run, like, Ancient's Pledge instead of having to use, like, Rhyme in a book or something. So maybe I'll still want Spirit later. I mean, I guess that's true. Now you can terrorize an entire act and use the whole thing. So it's like okay still. There's a lot of things they could do to improve, like, Necro summons. Those are actually really nice, but ethereal, and we actually have nice gloves. Okay, let's do Serena. This is also a great place for leveling if you feel like you need to pick up a couple levels. Battle Maid Serena can be really nice, mixed in with like Flare Jungle. Check out the Codex. 10 all res. Yeah. Seems good enough to me.
Impossible.
Yeah, I think so as well. And okay, let's go to the sewers. Fire enchant, we'll go. Strongest warlock. I mean, echoing strike, magic, fire, and blood boil I think are all top contenders. Honestly, it's hard to say if one is better than the other in the very end. I think there's really 4 just solid builds, and then still some solid builds after that. I think you can have a good time with Cleave. I think you can have a good time with a physical Echoing Strike. Like, there's a lot of stuff. Will there be a written guide for this leveling build? Generally, I don't have written guides for like every leveling build. Maybe that could be a thing I do in the future. Those are usually just all in the video. But yeah, I mean, making a table wouldn't be the worst thing out of all of it. Take a little time, but considering starting a new offline character. So you play players 8. How again do I get a safe left for one run the map again and again? It just automatically saves. In offline, it just saves itself. Fire into magic is going to be the best leveling. But like, this is doing just fine, you know. But exclamation mark guides, go to Warlock, fastest leveling Warlock, and I have a written guide that gives you like the step-by-step breakdown for all of it. I want your job. Is this what I do full time? This is my full-time job. If you want it, come take it. That's not like a threat. Like, start streaming. See if you actually want the streamer life. Okay, yeah. So we'll start going a little bit up in strength. Try to go up to around like 45, 43, 48. Like broadswords are 48 strength. Crystal swords are 43 strength. Long swords are a little bit more expensive and a little bit more annoying. So we'll just pump up to around 45 for now. And we'll just keep going into blood boil for now. Get rid of all the trash. 16 cold res with half freeze is nice, but I do like the FCR. So go ahead and just trash it.
This is
And let's... Okay. And we've got all that. I will take a little fire res on a small charm. Let's go to Travancore. there's a lot of jobs that are the fun part. It's always easy to look at the fun parts of jobs. You know, you're like, wow, it'd be so cool to be a professional golfer. You just get to play golf all the time. But then you're like, you're constantly traveling. You're away from your family all the time. You're like having to practice nonstop. You know, like, yeah, there's probably actually a lot of meh parts about it. But also, it could be really nice. I mean, good and bad to all the jobs, you know. This is Players 8 Travancore, by the way. Crushing it. So, we're very powerful. We're also level 27, which is very high for Act 3 here. We've just been killing a lot of stuff. Will I post guides for other classes at some point? I mean, I've got guides for every class. I have like 50 guides. Alright, we'll go players 1. I guess we can say players 8. Players 1 for level 3. Exactly, Shirty. Every job has the job part of it that sucks. But if you don't mind that part, you can stomach that part, then you might enjoy that job a lot more. I mean, that's such a hard question to answer, Random, because it really varies with community and how much you're streaming. But I think you could do that with like 100 or something if you're putting in hours. When's the next MVS? Speaking of parts that suck. True. Yeah, I've seen all sorts of stuff, which is why I say it's difficult to give an answer. I've seen people that stream to 100 viewers making 70 grand a year, and I've seen people that stream to 100 viewers making 10 grand a year. Like, it's so broad because so much of it shifts. I will say players 1 for Act 4. Just a lot of fire immunes or high fire res and stuff here. How much they're grinding, right? Are they streaming a ton? Are they doing constant like sponsorships with different games? What is the content they're doing? What's the age of their audience? Do they have, you know, some whales? Are they like doing a lot of stuff for the whales in their community? Or are they just like, you know, sitting there playing a game quietly to 100 people watching and not really engaging and not having much interaction? Like, it's all over the board, all the stuff. Which is one of the nice but also not nice things about streaming is, you know, you can make more, but you can also make a lot less, and effort can be rewarded or it can suck. I don't feel like I do enough, personally. But there's also people who, like, will, you know, spend all of their waking hours responding to these people. Right? I've seen those streamers as well. They're available 24/7 whenever any of their, donators messages them, they're on there chatting with them. They're talking to them on Discord. They're playing games with them off stream. They're doing all sorts of whatever stuff.
I can't. Impossible.
Like, they're exhausting themselves doing all this extra, so. Enough is relative. You have power in your house and food in the fridge. That's still a lot. It's true, I do. And, I think it definitely was easier before I had a family, right? I've got 2 little girls. Oh my god, binary. And Moo Girl and stuff. So, like, yeah, a lot of my time gets spent with them, off stream now instead of working on more stream things and stuff, right? So you always got to find your own balance and see what's working well for you. Thanks, Bax. I wouldn't say I'm the most humble streamer. I'm sure there's a streamer more humble than I am, but good to try and at least practice some humility. Did I name them after D2 characters? No. Their names are Lilith and Indariel. Okay, maybe. Look, that was a coincidence. Okay. Those are the names I wanted to name my daughters when I was 6 years old, before Diablo even came out. Pure coincidence. Okay, I'm also going to go get my mercenary a pike now, just because pikes are a lot higher damage.
I'll put that to good use.
Just make them a little bit tankier. We can also look at some armors. Nothing worth it. We'll pick something up for him. Yeah, the bots are annoying for sure. I wish that they would do even more about them.
Happy llama, sad llama.
Bax with 5 gifted subs.
Big fat mama llama, llama, llama,
GG.
llama. Who is this big llama? Starting all this drama.
Thank you so much,
It's me,
Bax.
bitch.
Very sweet of you. What would be boys' names? Well, I'd always picked out the name Deckard for a son, ever since I was a wee little boy. And Lazarus as well. And if I had 3 boys, maybe an Emilio in there. But that was from A Night at the Roxbury. Okay, that was a different reference back then. Thanks, Bax. I hope so. I hope that it helped influence in some way. I was like, these tainteds are so nice. Let's see the axe. Yeah, it's got a little bit extra stuff. A little bit better. scale mail as well. Deathmark is so nice. All the other summon builds are so sad that they don't have that. Such a useful skill. I wonder if Deathmark should be an O skill on an item so other summons can have it. Make sure we're players 1. Pretty good actually for Diablo kill speed. Now we're gonna have to keep resummoning, of course, because we can't blood boil through. But it worked. GG. And you could also add your own skill for each one, but just having it on an O skill on like something easy. A new low-level rune word that has it as an O skill, so all summons have access to it, could be super nice. Ooh, 5 all-res large charm. Yes, please, Papa. Perfect. Another level. We'll continue with Blood Boil. And we'll go a little more strength. Again, just getting up to like 45 strength here for now. And now that we're in Act 5, we're going to start looking for long swords, broadswords, and crystal swords that are either ethereal or white. So we can socket them for 4 sockets. And it does matter the level of where you find them and stuff, which is why I waited till Act 5. And then we can make a spirit in that later on. Should I just be as a passive to all summon skills and make another ability for the lock? I mean, I kind of like it being a warlock ability that gets like moved over, you know, in an O skill form. That's kind of how a lot of Diablo 2 functions. Oh, you have, you know, CTA, so you get that. You have Enigma, so everybody gets it. It's not like everybody gets teleport. Diablo 2 kind of does it where it's like, yeah, there's this ability, but now through some item or, you know, skill there. The downside is it does make it more required, so you'll see summon builds. But the thing is, you don't need Deathmark once you get teleport. So once you get your teleport, Deathmark becomes irrelevant again. So I think it does fit nicely on a rune word that would just be like, trying to think what you would even put it in. Maybe a shield or something. A helm, a shield, or you could put it on a body armor if you want. Yeah, maybe a body armor, like a summon body armor. Good. Okay, we'll go up to players 8. Don't think I've seen any swords. And this can be a fantastic place to level as well. Well, a lot of necro versus necro. I guess I get what you're saying. Yeah, you just death mark them with. Interesting. So you can always just level right here. But nobody would change Enigma for it, so that's why it wouldn't be like that bad. Now, would it be really good early on? Yes.
I can't.
So low-level dueling would get like massacred by it, I suppose.
I can't carry anymore.
So yeah, you can level up there if you would like. And you can level into your mid-30s. No problemo. There's a broadsword, perfect. So this will get 4 sockets. So we can save that for a spirit. And again, it does drop 1 skill off of these 2 that we like. However, it is going to boost up all the other summon skills of Demonic Mastery and Blood Oath and Engorge, Deathmark, etc. So it will have some added value. Plus, we get the FCR, we get the Vitality, we get the mana, we get hit recovery. Like, all the other added benefits, I think, are enough to weigh out. Uber Ancients hit hard. Yeah. Their Uber Ancients are crazy strong. Probably my favorite change of all the change stuff they did was because Uber Ancients were like super easy. They were ridiculously easy. Oh wow, did I not even save the barbs there? Did I see them but not save them? Oh, that's annoying. Alright, we'll just leave it TP. And they just went and overclocked them, and now they're crazy hard, and it's great. Like, you have to actually put in some effort to them. You can't just, like, cheese them with super easy stuff. But they're still possible. It's not like they're impossible. It just takes some work. I love that Meng Song's lesson at least is exciting to find again, like, and usable. So, you know, it's nice that, like, some things did get a little life. Get that door, buddy. And the Warlock Grimoires are really exciting. Yeah, there's a lot of, like... There are exciting uniques, and they have expanded some, but there's still many that are not exciting. You just passed through hell. What build should I choose for my Warlock? Again, I would say Fire Warlock, Magic Warlock, Blood Boil Warlock, and Hex Purge Echoing Strike Warlock are all very strong and very fun. I recommend any of those if you want, like, S tier ones. Otherwise, Cleave is also fun and just slightly worse, but still very good. I actually really enjoyed playing Cleave. Cleave is the build I tested the most when I was playing through. 10% Magic Find is actually a decent amount of Magic Find. However, I don't really want to drop the rings that I have, so we'll trash it. Found an Athar's Diablo, still sold for Johnny's. Still plenty of late, you know, room on those puppies. It'd be fun random. Yeah, Tyrael's Might could be boosted. Even if you gave it teleport, I don't think it would, like, still be better than Enigma, which is hilarious. Like, you'd have to give it teleport and something. Or 2 things. Pretty crazy. But With the res on it and stuff and cannot be frozen, it could at least kind of maybe be an alternative. It's crazy. Saigons. Bring back bug towels. Oh god, no. So good. All builds are for season 14 are updated in Icy Veins? Yes. Every build on Icy Veins is updated for season 14. Not just Warlock, should be every build. Do you plan any challenges like Magic Find Only gear or anything for Warlock? Oh, we could. We've done plenty of those, but we can always do them for Warlock too. True backs.
Salutations.
Two skills. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I guess just keep blood boiling. Perfect. So now we have 7 radius for our blood boil, which is really nice. And we need 3 more strength to use the broadsword. So we're good there. Now everything else can go to vitality. Oh yeah, for sure, Bex. What changed with Blood Boil in the latest patch? They fixed it. Well, the synergy to Tainted. They also did nerf slightly the radius on it. But Tainteds now are just like so good with it that it really helps the build overall. Okay, so level 30, we'll head over to Ancients. Mosaic still nerfed? I mean, Mosaic is removed while it's being reworked, yeah. Bum, 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 bum. There's a longsword, which again would also be good for a spirit, but broadsword's just better. This is offline. Okay. We'll go down to players 1 for Ancients. Blood boil a little bit. Heal our mercenary up some. Again, we can't engorge here, which is slightly annoying, but we can always just resummon. Pretty easy overall. Pretty easy fight. Okay, now that we have Blood Boil, a little bit like maxed-ish, whatever there, I'm going to continue with points into Summon Tainted. Just because I feel like even though it's a Blood Boil build, and we could be going harder on Blood Boil and then like the passives of Blood Boil, I feel like the Tainteds are really just so much of the great damage from this build. Yeah, they're just so good. I've got a leaf in here. And we'll go back up to player's 8 actually. We can also grab the waypoint here. This might not be a waypoint. Oh, it is, okay. We've done some like no-hit run pieces with it. It's wild. It's kind of hard because there's auras, so like Holy Fire and Holy Shock and stuff can just proc. Also, there's many times where you just go downstairs and there can just be mobs waiting right there for you to hit you. So I do lowest hit runs. I don't actually think you can do no hit just because there's times where you just will die and there's nothing you can do to stop it. You're just gonna get hit, I mean. How's this build compared to Blizzard Source? I mean, pretty good actually. And Blizzard Source is very good, but like, this does well. Let's see it. 4 to strength. No, thank you. Yeah, let's keep going with the Tainteds. Let's get these bad boys up. Some big damage from them. Dealing with player 8 death boards pretty well. There's also a longsword. Yeah, we should be okay on player's 8 here still. Now, one trick for Bale Waves is you can actually put yourself up here. And if you are standing closer to Bale here, Bale will decrepify you and not your minions. So, what's the point of healing demons? Can't you just respawn them? Sure, but respawning can just be like more annoying. A quick heal can just be bang, one heal, you know. And Gorge also does give them a small buff as well. No, Mercenary. Hydras are just too good against Mercenaries, man. Okay, more Vitality. More Tainteds. That would be kind of funny, big one. Let's go get more mana. And our mercenary, why not? Though he'll probably die, but We'll grab our runes while we're there. Throw him up. Can get annoying, Doug. For sure. So yeah, they get some lifesteal, some PDR, some attack speed. Oh god. Alright. Lister, too much fire reds. We gave it a try. We're not that powerful. We could very slowly kill Lister, but it'll be better to just drag. So if you ever don't want to fight a wave, you can just drag him out like that. What is the other play? Is that replay? Yes.
Moo.
Oof. Brutal. Thanks, XX. That is Mr. Llama VOD. You can hang out in Mr. Llama VOD even while you're right here. Twitch allows you to watch 2 streams at the same time. And it's a great way to support the stream twice. Do you recommend I engorge my defilers as a yes? Sure. I mean, you can always recast them or you can engorge them, kind of. Pick which one you want. So yeah, we just have a 24/7 VOD channel that runs. And it's a great way to support the stream. Just have that on while you're awake, while you're asleep. All the good stuff. Plus, we do giveaways over there as well, so you can win $100 Steam gift cards and such. Just hanging out. Nice and easy. Speaking of nice and easy, how about that? This is not the level build on the guide site. This is just a different one. Some Frosties. Don't really need them, but
I am overburdened.
not shabby. Act 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all done. I can't use that quite yet, but that's nice. Required level 37, so I'll need a little bit more time on it. Let's go ahead and grab these. Perfect Frosties. Go to the Charsies. Save Anya. Grab our book. Nothing really for us there. We can trash it, repair. I think we're ready to roll into Nightmare. Play and great.
Not enough mana.
Go back up to players 8. And let's keep going. So the goal in Nightmare is going to be get to the Countess and get Spirit runes, get Authority runes, and get lore runes. So those are our 3 desires. Because again, what is good for summon builds just in general? Plus skills. As much plus skills as you can get. Don't want to break up the guided playthroughs. Oh yeah, we'll pretend that we broke it off right there. This is part nightmare of the guided playthrough for the summon warlock with blood boil. Give a look at stats and skills. So we have enough for our broadsword spirit that we're going to be using. Everything else into vitality. Skills, nothing across any of these. You could go 1 point sigil lethargy if you wanted. Otherwise, we're just going 10 points demonic mastery, a point in these other guys. We've got 7 points right now in blood boil, hard points, and we're just kind of maxing summon tainted. And then we'll start maxing blood boil and then synergies for that. So that is going to be our goal. For gear, again, right now we have leaf, stealth, just some res, nothing, res, FCR, nothing, and res. Very basic. And I just talked about the gear that we're going to want to get, which will be a lot of plus skill stuff. Because all the plus skill stuff is just so useful, right? It just boosts all of these things that we need. Does concentration or beef up the lad's damage? No, concentration's not going to beef up their damage because their damage is going to be fire damage. I'm going to go down to players 1 just to get through the den a little bit faster because it's not that important. There's not a ton of experience in the den. Leaf helps because blood boil and summon tainted are both fire skills. So leaf increases the damage from those. +3 to fire skills. That's great. 3 more skills in blood boil, 3 more skills in summon tainted. Honestly, I don't even need to really blood boil a lot of this stuff. I can just death mark it and let these tainteds just clean it up. They will handle most of it. So I'm going to go into spirit, but I can't use spirit yet. I don't have the runes for it.
This place departs with me.
Fanaticism would definitely help a little bit, but the question then, of course, becomes, do you want to sacrifice for fanaticism a whole demon? I don't know if I do, you know. Okay, we'll go back up to players 8. Plus fire damage and minus enemy fire res do not affect your tainteds. They will affect blood boil though. RIP mercenary. So yeah, spirit is going to be slightly less damage, but it's going to just add so many other things that it'll be worth it. Additionally, spirit is a one-handed weapon as opposed to a two-handed weapon. So that would also allow me to open up into like Ancient's Pledge or something if I wanted.
Is Deathmark good for Goatman Crushing Blow?
It actually is. Like, I did run a Crushing Blow Goatman before. And, I mean, I won't lie. When I, like, death marked on top of bosses, having 3 goats with, you know, 20% chance Crushing Blow each, wailing on them, it actually was pretty fast. So... Well, not due to synergies, Coxcane. Remember, synergies only benefit from hard points. So you don't get bonus from the soft points for them. But from having, you know, things like Blood Oath just give more resistances to your mobs and things like that, yeah. So it's not the synergy exactly that's making the big difference so much as just like plus skills just gives plus skills to all the other skills, and so there's a lot more bonuses of those. Bale was easier than Lister. Bale was also players 1, Lister was players 8. And Lister has very high fire and physical immunity, so kind of everything we don't want for this build. Love to play D2, but you hate potion spamming. Honestly, with this build, you don't need to potion spam that much. Some builds are like very potion spammy, but there's many builds in D2 where you barely use potions at all. Fire Druid, you don't really need many potions at all. This build, you don't need many. A lot of summoner builds you don't use a ton. Yeah, we could also get an insight for our mercenary. That could be nice. Okay, more points to summon Tainted. Can you explain what demon I combine with the new update? It is hard points within the skill Bind Demon.
Moo.
So 10 hard points in the skill Bind Demon. Well, one point in the skill Bind Demon, you can bind, you know, a random demon. Obviously, these aren't demons, but pretend that it's a demon, right? A Carver. 10 points, you can bind champions. 15 points, you can bind uniques. 20 points, you can bind super uniques. Like Hephaestus or Lister or whatever, right? Random uniques are just like these ones that exist out here that are just like Puke Lust and stuff. Nice. Quick waypoint. And more vitality. And then soft points will get you up to random auras spawning. When you get 20 soft points in it, then you can get the random auras. Otherwise, 15 hard points would also get you auras if you bind a demon that has an aura. Tainted is a fire skill, yes. So, Tainted also gets the +3 fire skills. A demon does not double up on auras, no. Let's go full plate mail. A little bit stronger. Yeah, that's fun, random.
Found Cow King's hide for first time. Amazing Merc.
Cow Kings are fun. Okay, we'll keep going. Tainted. It should be almost maxed. Yep. 2 more skills. And vitality. And I'm probably gonna stick it, or strength. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stick at this level of strength unless something changes. Like I find, you know, a belt that needs 60 strength, but is really good or something, right? Or I find Nat's boots or whatever. You know, if I found like Tear Haunch, maybe I'd consider going to 70 strength, right? I don't know if Tear Haunch are worth it, honestly. 70 strength is another 22 strength. Just for 20 FRW and 10 all-res. It's good. Maybe not quite good enough. Alright. Players 1 for Countess. Remember, she is fire enchanted, so it's a little bit annoying. Ort rune. Works for me. Rinse and repeat.
Good day.
Yes?
He's only 31, so he needs to level a little bit. Perfect.
For Demon Mastery, how is it each level?
Remember, 5 points and back to players 8. 5 and 10 are when you go up to 2 and 3 for hard points. Tainted. And I mean, these guys are doing a lot of damage now. Are you ready, Phil? Super uniques are going to be a little bit better because they can be more exact, like easier to snag. It's easy to go grab Hephaestus. He always has his aura enchanted, so you can go hunt him really quick for like what aura you want and whatever stuff. Also, stuff like Lister and things are just like big old tanky dudes that are crazy. So I think there can be, you know, I can see them being better. You can also have really nice uniques though, but for ease, I think it is better. This is definitely a hardcore viable build. We haven't died, and honestly, we haven't even come close to dying yet. And I'm not, you know, like, normally on these guides, I'm not even playing as safe as I possibly could. Like, I could play safer for sure. I'm just cruising. You're using hardcore, you're a tank, you enjoy it, but it's slow. This is slow? We beat normal in like 2 hours or less. In hell? No, okay. We'll see how it gets in hell, I guess. Alright, we'll go down to players 1. Fire immunes are rough. Yeah, I might focus more on the physical damage in hell. To help with that. Amtal, beautiful. And we'll grab the Codex. Okay, just need an Ort rune. I mean a Thol rune. Keep going. You cannot bind a demon with Conviction Aura anymore. That has been removed. And honestly, it needed to be removed. It was too much. Yeah, back to players 8. Pick up that sweet experience. Nightmare Tower, you can run into like the mid to later 40s. So plenty you can do there. A lot of experience to be gained here. Alright, so we've maxed out Summon Tainted, so now we'll work on Blood Boil. And man, these Tainteds are getting so strong. I think I like Cursed Holy Freeze better. I just found the curse applied a ton when you did that. We should also look for a 4 open socket pole arm, so we can make an insight for our mercenary. Now, if you happen to find a 4 open socket weapon or whatever, then you can also look for,
Moo.
you know, a white bill or something that you can socket. For sure. Thanks, Woof Woof, for coming over, using your sub. Appreciate that. Dude, yeah, Apocalypse is nuts good when you get some gear on him. Down to players 1. Need a Thol rune, but we also need some other runes. Again, we want to make Authority as well. And here you can see we have Countess, but she's fire immune, so this is where the Blood Boil physical damage comes into play. Now, a lower res wand could also be nice for this character, just to help out with some of that. Currently living in Abysslock, also good. I think Abyss will be really good for Hell. I would stick there. Go players 8. Yeah, you're also probably just avoiding fire immunes a lot in Hell. Ooh, 15 all res, replenish life 14. Holy cow. We will use that and then give that to our mercenary a little bit later. That's fantastic, though. Highest level over resist you can get on a wand. What is it, level 5 or 6? Something like that. Ooh, darn. Yeah, in-game trading is fun. Low quality broadsword. Again, that would also be one that you could go get 4 sockets if we didn't have one yet. Keep blood boiling. It's only level 3 is the highest? I could have sworn that. Maybe it is 3. Thought it was 5 for some reason. But when you say 3, it does make me actually think back and go, wait, no, it does sound like 3. Dang, Cursed Fire enchants get strong right there. Yes. What are these rune drops?
We love you.
Thank you.
Tube.
Oh. Dang, 10 FCR, 12 all res. Okay. Gear, hello.
Not enough mana.
The sisterhood welcomes you. Good day.
Okay, back to players 8. And again, just more vitality. These res drops are just fantastic. Yeah. Love to see it. Maybe make a stealth or something for him. Smoke would also be nice, but that would need a lum rune. A little bit more. Meh. Good luck, Phil. Okay, so we still have some rune needs here. Tuda and Gorge. And there's some money. That's about it. More to blood boil, more to vitality. Perfect. I still need soul runes and stuff, so we have some needs. Another broadsword. And remember, crystal swords do start to drop off, so at this point, you really want to be focusing, if you're in Act 5 or Act 1 of Nightmare, you really want to start focusing on broadswords and longswords to look for your spirit base and not crystal, because you'll start getting points where crystal sword, like drop down here, is going to be 6 sockets. There's a soul. Lovely. Okay, so let me make some space with some things. Let's go sell and sell. Sell. So we have Ort Soul, which we can just make that right now. Get our lore helm.
I'll put that to good use.
Give that to the mercenary. We have Tal, Blank, Ort, Am. And we need Hell, Shale, Ral. So we're missing both Hell and shale, so that one will take a little bit more.
I can't.
And that'll be for the authority, which again is +2 to all skills. Which is just nice.
I can't. Impossible.
That's how it goes, laugh. Now, hell isn't the most common, so it could be, you know, a little bit more farming here. We are 45, so there's still a little bit of experience here, but it is starting to definitely drop and not be quite as fruitful. So we're more at this point pushing towards do like a little bit of kill, but really the focus is just like getting to the Countess. Go down to players 1 before we spawn her, so she's easier to kill. Tyrune. Unfortunate. Is Wingstop good? I love Wingstop, personally. Can also look at these tomes. 2 to summon Tainted. Yeah, that's worth it to me. So this is a case where we can actually do a socket quest. So a Tal Am Perfect Ruby will do a socket quest on this, and it'll be a random chance, but a pretty good chance to hit 2 sockets. Hey, there's our Thol rune. There's a reason I always open this super chest, by the way, and it's because, honestly, I find the rune I need, I feel like more often than not, when I open it and it comes from there. Yeah, and then we could run Rhyme or Splendor. Splendor, the issue again is we need a Lum rune. So I would prefer Splendor because it has 1 to all skills. But we're probably just going to end up with a Rhyme. Additionally, I feel like if I were to really like, you know, to go and whatever and stuff, it's like I'd rather use a Lum rune for my mercenary to get like smoke or something instead. There's a longsword if we needed a spirit base. Hell and shale. Not quite.
Thank you.
Wingstop is great, just don't get anything but wings. Do they have things that aren't wings? All I've gotten are wings there. I mean, I like their fries too, I guess.
Greetings.
When fresh though, yeah.
Moo.
Thanks, Nerdy. 113 months, wow. Oh, that means Nerdy, can you talk in chat? I think you have a new badge. I think you have the rainbow badge, but with the red eye now. Would you say authority is better than stealth for a warlock? Yeah. I mean, it depends the build and what all you want, but +2 to all skills is so good on so many. So this is single player, so maps don't change in single player unless you switch difficulties. It's just how it works.
Moo.
Viper Magi I'd probably prefer. Getting all the extra res and everything. Like, at some point I'm like, yeah, I can sack a skill point for all of that. Talrune. What are these drops? Claymore is a spirit base technically, and if you're using a book, that does work. These drops suck.
I can't.
What's Wingstop? Wingstop is a wings chain in America. And honestly, again, I mean, they got good wings. Probably one of my favorite wing places. We are leveling like crazy. You know, Buffalo Wild Wings are like not nearly as good, but they have good deals. You go on Tuesday or Thursday with the like BOGO stuff. Plus they have always like these happy hour app deals and things. Like you can get a lot of food for not that much there, even though it's not the greatest. But they're just like medium buffalo, and hot buffalo sauces are decent. Back when Panera was good. Oh, been a long time. Eld. Yeesh. Sometimes this can be a tough one. Again, we're still like leveling, right? I mean, we're rushing through pretty quickly, but we are still technically picking up levels here. Though 48, getting close to that like cap where it's not really worth very much. Yeah, Firehouse Subs has some decent stuff. I'm a Jersey Mike's guy. It's a little expensive, but man, the quality is there. There's also a shark skin belt, which we don't even have a good belt anyways. We could imbue that if we want. And that gives us 4 slots, so we get more potions, which we love. $5 off, dang. Alright, Hell Rune, Shell Rune. Dull Eth. Not quite. 3 dull, though. So let me see. 3 dull and a chipped emerald. So we have 1, 2. Okay, so shale, hell, or dull.
Good day.
One of the last Quiznos is near you. Sag. The fall of Quiznos. Aren't you using the rune tab? Whenever I do a guided playthrough, I try and just use a single tab to act as if the character is brand new and I'm not using gear from other characters. What demon can we bind now for Firelock? I'm not binding any demon. I'm using... well, oh, you mean binding... 20, 40, 60, 80 to consume. I guess you could bind one. When you're like high-end Firelock... You're probably just binding something to help with like your mercenary and stuff. For Hephaestus, you would need 20 hard points. Another broadsword. Wonder where Quiznos went wrong. There's a whole like breakdown on the YouTube that talks a lot about like Quiznos. And their how they fell apart and what they did and stuff with their business. And I think a lot of it was just corporate greed per usual. Private equity or corporate greed,
Watching
general
your guided
killers of
pros
everything.
and playthrough from 2 ago, I think anything of note that has changed for that playstyle? So everyone is saying the Warlock is still amazing, but I've heard you say it sucks now over and over, and how it only has 4 S tier builds. Can you talk more about that?
Boson hasn't changed. Boson is still the same. Nothing has shifted there really. Yeah, Warlock's still good. Ooh, physical immune could be really nice for heralds. Hell Ral. Alright, we got the Hell rune. So that's good. Now we need the shale. And unfortunately, shales require souls, and souls require AMs, and I mean, we have been farming and just not hitting any of these later runes. So we'll do a tiny bit more here. Do I like this new class? Honest? Do you want me to be honest? I actually think he's great. Like, it's so... There's 2 things I really love about it. Number 1, I really love that there's a big variety of builds. You can play them in a lot of different ways. You can, you know, play the Summoner. You can play the Echoing Strike. You can play you know, magic or fire. There's a lot of fun ways to play them. But I like even more, because the skills, like a lot of the skills are useful and good, it actually makes you uncertain. Like there's so many different ways you can even build it within that. It's not just like, yep, this is exactly how it goes. Like many builds in Diablo 2 are just, this is it, right? Like think about like a fire druid. You just go down the fire line and that's all you do. And like this has that too a little bit, right? But there's more to it, and so many of the builds you're like, well, do I want to go down this tree line or do I want to do something else actually? Is it better to, you know, like there really is just a lot of room for, you know, even within this, when am I getting the points in Demonic Mastery versus putting more points in Tainted versus putting points in Blood Boil? Do I want to put points into Blood Oath or Engorge after that for the synergy? Do I want to be running and, you know, like there's a lot of stuff to be thought of. Oops, one Ort Rune for me. And I think that's great. Locky S Purge is very valuable for it right now, yes. So it's better, but you can run physical. There are some ways to make the physical work. It's not quite as good. Haven't found anything over pole this whole letter. That's rough. Yeah, I liked the fizz. The thing is, the fizz does still have some benefit in that, like, you do get life leech and mana leech from it. And so running, you know, just pure magic, you kind of lack some of that and you can notice it. So I'm still running kind of a hybrid. Like, I don't run Void when I'm running Hex Purge. I'm running, you know, like physical with like an Eth Thundermaw Fortitude and stuff. So I will probably end up in Holy Freeze, but we just had a Prayer Mercenary. Rune. For the sake of this guided playthrough, I might just gift myself a shell and move on. Alright. Oh wow, the Countess dropped Shell Rune. Perfect. So, let's go ahead and move forward. I mean, we're at this point, we're beating a dead Countess over and over again, you know. Three sockets. She will drop it eventually for you. Next round is gonna drop it for sure anyways, so. We can move forward.
These sisters succumbed so readily to the call of anguish.
Ooh, okay. We'll swap that out for more res, 10 energy. Okay. So now that we've got this waypoint, we can go back to normal. And there's two things we're going to do in normal. Number one is shop a 3 open socket armor. And we want a breastplate specifically because it's a light armor. And so there's no movement speed penalty.
Good day.
There's not one in every level. They just spawn in the place of shrines. So they're just a random pick. What's the new Helm Runeward with FCR? Oh yeah. What is that called?
How may I help you?
Coven. That's right. That's not for us here, but I mean, hey, maybe if Hellforge drops for us, maybe it could be. So we go to Act 2 of normal and just farm Farah over and over. And this is a great place to get a 3-socket armor. Additionally, a 3-socket shield if you want to make an Ancient's Pledge. 2-socket helms. 3-socket, yeah, there's a 3-socket shield if I want to switch into an Ancient's Pledge at all. Or if I fail this roll, because I'm going to just roll this book for 2 sockets. So if that fails, then we have a kite shield. Is defense the most useless stat in Diablo 2? It's definitely up there. It has some small cases where it's useful. Darn, 2 sockets. Light radius is hard to beat. Yeah, that's fair. Probably light radius.
Blessings to you.
Hopefully this is faster for you, and
How may I help you?
maybe you found one earlier on that you kept. Would not be faster.
Blessings.
Wait, are you saying like go do normal cows to try and find this? I mean, you could. Shopping should still be faster.
How may I help you?
There we go. Okay, so new authority rune word is Hell Shale Ral. So we go Hell Shale, that we totally found and is legit. Ral, and we get 2 to Warlock skills. Additionally, a little bit of resistances and hit recovery and some other pieces that are fine. But really, that is the main thing we care about, is 2 to Warlock skills for our summons. So additionally, we want to go P Ruby, Tal, Am. And we hit 2 sockets here. So we can go Shale Eth. Oh my god. I don't have a Shale rune. We'll save that for a potential rhyme if we get a Shale, I guess. Time to hit up the Countess again. No, it's okay.
Afternoon.
We'll socket our broadsword. And we'll go Tal, Thul, Ort, Am. 25 FCR. Perfect. We'll go to Nightmare. A nice Oleg. And I want to... Well deserved. What? I want to get some boots, because these boots are nothing. So I want to get some faster run walk boots. There's some 20s. 71 life on a belt. You know, for this character, I think it's fine enough to drop down for that. We can get faster than 20 fast run walk as well. We could get 40 fast run walk at our current level. So we can keep looking here if we want, or you know, whatever. We could imbue quest some boots. We could imbue the belt. You know, you can always do different things. Go gambling for some boots. Cool. Whatever, we got some 30s, that'll work. Okay, so because I don't have this being used yet, I'm just gonna go Ral or Tal and make an Ancient's Pledge since I have a one-hander, and just get our resistances pretty maxed out.
These sisters succumb so readily to the
And yeah, we're good to go. Amrune, very nice. I did Talort Ral, will that still work? That will not still work, no. So, I mean, now we have +5 to skills, which is super helpful. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they have a lot of damage. If we found another soul rune and a 4 open socket weapon, or a weapon we could roll for 4 sockets, we could try and make insight for our mercenary. You know, again, there's always a lot of options. The biggest thing is you just have to see like what the game kind of gives you. Like, the game gave me a Ral rune because I earned it through the Countess. So that was all fine and dandy. Additionally, for many of you, you might be playing, you know, online or offline or whatever, and you can just trade, or you can use your tab if you're fine with, you know, like, hey, I know a lot of people who do solo self-found, but it's like account-wide, right? That's how I play a lot. So they're saying, yeah, like, this is not my first character. I have a shell rune. I can just give myself a shell rune from my gear that I have. Okay, another point to blood boil. Now, you still do want to have some time spent leveling and stuff. So don't sack all of your time. But which warlock build do I like the most and why? I mean, I don't know if I have a good answer for you. I'd say probably not fire. I enjoy fire a lot. I don't think it's my favorite. Hex Purge Warlock is decent. And I enjoy it a decent amount. It might be this one or the Magic Lock. Maybe not Magic. This or Hex Purge. I really liked Cleave, even though it's not the best build. It's still good. Like I say, when I was testing the Warlock, Cleave is the build that I played the most and enjoyed playing with the most. Favorite build of all classes, all characters? I mean, that's too hard of a question. There's just too many, you know. So many fun builds. It's fun to be a Warcry Sing Barb sometimes. It's fun to be a Boazon. It's fun to be a Cold Source. It's fun, you know, I guess. I just like too many of them. Honestly, I think I'm going to do Players 8, Nightmare and Dariel, and we can just see how crushing it is. I think it should be just absolutely destruction dominance. Rifson was really fun until Mosaic came around and kind of ruined it. Mosaic's gone though. Well, it's still here in single player. Okay, more vitality. Trying to just get a shell rune out of one of these random chests and stuff. That's why I always touch every chest I can. Trident. See if we can get 4 sockets. Not. Okay. Warlock has so much life. It's pretty tanky. How long did it take to complete single player Chronicle? I mean, I haven't completed this one. I need to go like start grinding on it again. But many months at the very least, to multiple years. When I completed like my Grail before. However, when I do my Grails, I don't just like do Grail nonstop. All right, let's go Players 8 here. Let's see how it feels. Let's try and melt in Dario. P8. Oh yeah. Oh, it's so good. Lovely.
And the maiden's anguish waned as he knew.
Love to see it.
Good day.
I'll put that to good.
Act 1 Nightmare done. Cleave Warlock or this? I mean, again, I like Cleave Warlock. I think it's really fun, especially you get like a grief going with just, you know, some good attack speed. It's a fun bounce and kill build, so. It works for those as well, just not for gems. Wait, what? It works for gems now? Yo, stealth patched. Let's go. Good job, mods, peoples. Alright, let's grab Holy Freeze really fast. Best Warlock cow farming build? Fire. Fire is insane. Okay, and no Holy Freeze available. Might it is.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
Tal Eth. Sure.
I'll put
Can
that to
spirit.
good use.
Best offline 1 to 99 build. Potentially also fire. Probably has like multiple points of it, you know. Fire better than Blood Boil for cows. Blood Boil is actually decent for cows, but fire is insane. Just like giant apocalypse and flame waves raining down are just like crazy good. More vitality. Have I tried a Bullock with mirrored blades? I did on the old. I haven't done it on like newest patch, so. Best place to get a faceplate? Just anywhere in hell, but how cows are good. Yeah, Warlock has many S-tier builds. So good. Is it worth maxing Bind Demon with Blood Boil and Tainted build? I'm not, because I'm going 20, 40, 60, 80. And then 10 here is 90. And I'd rather have the Tainted, honestly. But if you wanted, you could get a big ol' Bound Demon. You could also get Consume and then consume one of the Tainteds for big fire damage. Ral, Tal, Tear, Soul. Beautiful. You didn't waste any important runes at least. Not like you messed up your Enigma. It's called Demons Maxing. Yeah. Of course. World is so dumb right now. Blood Boil. Burmal Burith. Yeah, at least you're not the developers of the game making Burmal Burith. That'd be crazy, huh? Have you seen Macro's magic build? It's very different from yours. I'm trying to understand the different choices. What are the differences? Like build or items or everything? I feel like magic build is pretty set. Oh yeah. Quadruple check. Gotta do it. He has 1 consume, 14 defiler. So he's running more in defiler, so you can run around with the defiler and get more spread from that, I guess? Like more bound souls and more damage shared between, but you don't really need that. I'd rather have consume. More points in consume equals more value from, like you get more magic damage and minus enemy magic res. So I'd much rather have those points there. I wonder if that's just a mistake or he wants to run that for some other reason.
But my deeds will not. I can't.
But yeah, I would recommend my build in that case. So, anyways, that's why Moo Girl is like just great. Kind of smelled like chicken. Now I'm hungry for chicken. Want some like dino nuggies or something, you know? Hello. Ooh, tacos.
I can't. I can't.
It's fair, Mike. Yours is the Trader Joe's, mine is the Costco. Alright, I just need to get a couple of things. $200 later.
Good day.
Very nice. Any life or res that's meaningful, we will keep. Maggot Lair. We'll stay players 8 this time. Because now we could teleport past something if it's bad. And we have maxed out a Blood Boil now. Which means our next skill is actually going to be something to consider. Also, our Tainteds are just like so good right now. But this is like as powerful as they're going to be unless we get some more plus skills, so.
Approach and let's trade.
That's unfortunate. That was a very nice maggot map. I apologize for the crunching the next 5 minutes. I just got like a whole veggie tray brought to me, so it's just like crunch all over. I like it, Panda. Void Rune Red best in slot for ES. Again, I like running Thunder Maul
Time
more.
for a first wave.
I still like the S Fortitude, and I just want to have more physical damage because there is still Leech and physical. So I just found it felt better. So, I only like Void on Magic Warlock or like Hammerden. Let's get a Shale Rune back here. They did revert the durability drain, so it's ethereal is like okay again. We have Summon Tainted and Blood Boil maxed right now. And 10 points in Demonic Mastery. So now we have to make the decision. And I think I know what it's going to be. But we can look. Now we have to make the decision of where do our next points go? What synergy do we want? And there's Engorge and Blood Boil. So, or Blood Oath. So Blood Oath is increasing the survivability a little bit, right? Which is nice. But Engorge is physical damage added per level. So I think I gotta go there. We already do enough fire damage. So we gotta go towards the physical. Even though I like Blood Oath a little bit more on its own. The thing is also, because I'm not running like a bound demon or anything. Oh my god. I have less.
Moo.
Your blood will boil. No, you. Also family friendly blood boiling.
Fourth way.
How may I help you?
Thank you, Pusaroni. Thank you, Putty Please. Because I'm not using a bound demon, I have less care about the survivability of my demons. I want them to survive, like, kind of. Like, if they're getting one shot, that's bad, but if they're surviving as long as they are right now, that's fine. Exactly. And a watched blood never boils, so we can just watch it and keep them alive. They drop all over Baltom, but from Heralds, they're actually not very good drop rate. From other stuff, they drop a lot. Yeah, this is Warlock. Beautiful. Now at this point, it will also be beneficial to grab a lower resist one. You're missing out on a ton of tainted damage by not maxing demonic mastery. Wouldn't that flat damage not be added to the tainted damage? If that damage gets added to the tainted damage, then hold up. Alright. Quick testing. Oh my god. Alright, forget what I said. Just max demonic mastery instead. Forget what I said. I mean, the physical damage of Blood Boil is actually good to have as well, but that damage applies. So, the damage that you had before is not terrible. So, you know, if you don't want to do that, if you want to do a respec, you can, because this will be our first respec anyways. If you want to leave a few points in Engorge, that's also not a bad idea, because you are getting more Blood Boil damage, and it is good anyway. So it's not the end of the world. But we will now go into Demonic Mastery maxing instead. Wild. We'll go down to players 1. And again, for resistance boosting here, my mercenary's already got plus 75. I can drink it myself or give it to him. Now he has 85. Plus 50 and 10 max. Not a big deal though. As we're just going to let our dudes kind of go to town on Mr. Duriel. Nice and easy. Grab the salad. Ta-da! Yeah, great call out, Kabution.
Damn it. Terror and destruction will not elude me forever.
Even more damage.
Good to see you.
Hello to Australia, Will. Go boys!
Good day.
You had Tom Brady for all those years. You're fine. Okay, so lower res 1 shopping again because fire can be nice for us here. You can actually just shop for, just like we did for the teleport staff. This one is a wand of life tap. We're looking for lower resist charges.
Welcome.
3 demons is max.
Approach and let's trade.
There you go. 131k. And this is something you can run in your off if you want. Or you can, you know, just have it in your cube for whenever you need it. But help for the fire. Nice, Mike. We'll go back up to players 8. Because our dudes are murdering everything.
Fools fall no less. I shall send them back to Flanders.
Do the spider cavern. Might be starting your offline Warlock after this. Haven't played something that looks fun. It's a ton of fun. The summon builds are like legit builds, you know? More demonic mastery. We'll leave a TP over here for the Great Marsh. Just in case we get the Flare Jungle. Again, Deathmark is just like so nice. And Flare Jungle. D1's been fun for you lately? I mean, D1's great. Nothing bad to say about D1 here. There was, I would say, D1 is a little... The QOL is a little rough on it. It's a little limited, but it's a great small playthrough, you know? Warlock is so good now. They made so many good changes for it. What a great patch. Nice screen. You know, I've noticed Trang's Wing seems to be one of the last set items for most people. Why don't they nerf Hammerden? Probably because a lot of people would rage. I feel like at this point, you don't nerf Hammerden or Grizzweb, yeah. You just say, yeah, but it's a head, which, you know, gives it some rarity. You just say, like, Hammerden and Novasaurs and Lightning Fury and all this. This is the top power level. We don't build above this, which is why Echoing Strike had to come down, because it was above that, right? So I feel like this version of Warlock is pretty close to that. Maybe slightly above. But Hammerdens are also very budget and very good for budget, so. I think them tinkering with the meta would be too detrimental. Too many people would be mad about it. Like, Diablo 2 is not a live service game in that way. It's more of a game that, like, you come back to and you know how it is. Mirrored Blades has some niche uses for, like, running with a bow and stuff. Or, like, right on bosses with Crushing Blow can be good. What happened to Learn RPG? Still in development. Just slow. If we finish this with a little time left over, we could do a tiny bit. I've got a couple things I need to do with it. Yeah, that frog poison hurt. Now, Nightmare, you can always, normal Nightmare or Hell, just come and pop these chests over and over again. And you can find all sorts of goodies. You can find Lem Rune, you can find bases for items, you can find charms and gems. Nightmare farming is just solid. Or lower cross farming in any act difficulty. Yeah, triple taint luck. Takes forever to make games. It does. Especially one that we have, which is way more in depth. There is fishing. Oh dang, Whiteleaf. Should get it soon then. Now, you could also run Blood Boil without Tainted, but running Blood Boil plus like a Defiler, or a couple Defilers, and then having more of the points in the synergies of Blood Boil for more damage there. So, really a couple options. Don't do any massive beta testing for Llama RPG. I'm doing a beta test for an online game now and it feels ruined by it. Why does it feel ruined by it?
Decided to go S-Nova as a one-stop shop. I'm actually doing a no-respect playthrough right now and past the hard part in the beginning and at level 43. One thing that worries me is Ubers in the future. Is my best bet to cheese them with Harmony, or is there a way I can actually pull it off?
Greetings.
Yeah, you're gonna want to cheese them. You're gonna have to, like, you're not gonna be able to hurt Mephisto. He's immune to lightning. So you're gonna have to, cheese. fair, Mike. Still players 8 here. You could be players 1, of course, but we're just very high leveled, very strong. Feeling good. Also, good reminder to everybody, you may have a Twitch Prime sub available. Don't forget to use it before you lose it. You can press subscribe, check it out, see if it's there. I have a little checkbox. Click it and use it. Otherwise, you can hover over my screen. It also has a little thing that says when your Prime's available. If you need to hear it, you can do it somewhere else. Just make sure you use it. Best budget Herald farming build in new patch. Ooh, that's a tough one, actually. You don't like talkies? I'm not a big talkies fan. Mook girls into them. Heralds are weaker, but it's still hard to kill them. Yeah, I don't know what the best Herald killer is overall. I may have to go do some more testing on it. You just found a burr rune? Let's go. Oh. Yeah, waypoint. Fair dark. C Square, thank you very much for the gift.
Squared 000 gifted a tier 1 sub to Gular _ 2506.
Go players 1. Hopefully I didn't spawn them yet. If I did, I can always reset it. Or we can see how the damage is. We can also, of course, lower resist them. Oh, the damage. Ow. Two. Really good. Until I find my training swing, what's a good area of damage for Bone Spear to farm hell? I do about 4.5k. I mean, that's not bad. I think 4.5k is enough that you can go farm around. Okay, we'll stay players 1 for Act 4, though at this level we could probably do higher, but again, there's a lot of like high fire res and fire immunes and stuff. I might turn this into a YouTube video. I'd like to see all this shortened down a little to understand how y'all run through the game so fast. The YouTube videos for these are full, so it'll be fully cut because the idea is you get to just like play along. That's always how I've had guided playthroughs. They're just play alongs. You can sit down, pause it whenever you need, just kind of run next to me with it, and then I show you each level and everything you need to do and all that stuff. Yeah, so I don't really shut them down further. Golly, that damage is so crazy. So another point to Demonic Mastery. Again, we're just maxing Demonic Mastery, and then we'll start maxing Engorge after that. That is just going to be our spot. Isual died before I could even say hello. No timer. We're coming up on 4 hours here. So, pretty solid. Thanks, Shark. And one of the nice things as well with summons that are this powerful is a lot of times you can just be running and they like teleport and then shoot and kill stuff. So you literally can just start picking up experience. Like a lot of experience is gained where you're not even having to stop and cast anything or stop and do anything. And that adds up over the course of the entire game. That's, I mean, honestly, one of the reasons we've been able to stay high leveled. I mean, we're already level 60. We don't need to gain any more levels. We're like, we could just go teleport to every boss right now if we wanted. Why my loot filter's not working anymore? You should just be able to go to loot filter and then select it. It was working for me the other day. I had it on. Will I speedrun the Warlock? Yeah, I think now that the Warlock seems to be a little bit more settled into a spot, I'll speedrun him. You just have to make sure it's like enabled. Maybe you disabled it accidentally or didn't check the boxes for it. That's my best guess.
Move.
Having a hard time trying to find an insight base. Thank you, Sparkclap. So Lower Kuros is where I go if I want an insight base. I just run around and pop all the poppables there for like 5-10 minutes until I find a bill or a 4-socket. One of the two. And then I take the bill, socket quested, and we're good to go. So that's my general when I'm really itching to get it. Nightmare Cows should also be a good spot. Summons are almost always safe even on budget builds. Generally, summons are in the safer portions of builds for sure, because again, they're taking away hits that would be coming at you, right? So the value gained from that. Jeez. Oops. We did not get Mephisto Soulstone. If it's either in town, you can grab it there. If it's not in town, because you left out Mephisto, just talk to Kane. He'll get it for you. I'll give you a new one. And a Pole Rune. Not bad. So Pole Rune's not really going to do a lot for us here. But it's always good practice to just Google Pole Rune and then go look at what you can make, right? Ioja Pole, no. Pole Rao Soul, if I was a sorceress, we could get Enlightenment, which is 2 to source skills, so that could have been something there. Flickering Flame, Nef Pole Vex. This would be fantastic for us. I mean, Flickering Flame, 3 to fire skills, minus enemy fire res. Best in slot for us. Now, it does require a Vex rune. Doubtful to get on a playthrough, but just something to consider. Hodo, Kovex Polthol. That would be better than the spirit we have now. Again, also requires a Vex. Oath, Shale Pole Mal Lum. Decent for Act 5 Mercenary. Stone, Shale Polum. Wouldn't really want to use that. Wisdom, Polith Eld is a helm with some piercing. Not really for this character. You know, more for like a boson or something. And Wrath requires a bird. Don't really care for that. So, you know, Pole Rune, definitely like Hodo and Flickering Flame potentials. But I would need to find a Vex. So that would be my thought is, okay, we're going to like see if we get a Vex later on. Save it for that. But good practice to do this, because if you find something like a lem, ooh, I could make a treachery for a mercenary or something, you know, like... If I find an I could make a crescent moon for a mercenary, or a duress for a mercenary, or, you know, maybe something for myself. The +3, yes, so the reason it's best in slot for this build is because this is a blood boil build, which means a couple of things. Number one, the minus enemy fire res applies for blood boil, but does not apply to your tainteds. That is correct. But it does apply to the blood boil damage. Number two, the fire skills does apply to your tainted and your blood boil. So, and here we can see that with this is really going to come down to our fire damage not being able to do a lot. So this will be all about that physical damage whenever we come across the fire means.
Moo.
Hell Warden is also nice. It's not quite as good, but a great budget option for you. Sutsuhi, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Blood Boil will be affected by FCR, yes. There's no cast delay on it, so the faster you can cast, the more blood you can boil. Minus fire res does not apply to tainted fireballs, no. Nor does plus fire % damage apply to their fireballs. Summons don't get those benefits. Unless it's like specific cases that they do give them. Sunder Charms do work for the Tainteds, though, yes. I'm pretty certain. Yeah, we'll play PoE 2 on Friday. I think this is a fantastic build.
Thanks.
Okay, make sure we're players 1 for Diablo. Grab the skill shrine. Get the lower res. And he's dead before you even know it. GG. Act 4. Nice and easy. Sure. Yeah, I mean, they're starting to get powerful, these Tainteds. Some natural light in here. What build would you recommend for someone to get back to DHCs? This is what mage build is great. I mean, I think if you're getting into this season, like, try out the Warlock. And there's a variety of builds to mess around with on him that are really fun. You could pick any of the... You know, that's why am I saving the Jade figurine? Oh, because I'm lazy. And a speedrunner. But yeah, you gotta give the new class a try if you're just getting back in. Council can drop Sunder, Terrorized, or non. What class would I introduce next? Oh, I couldn't even think of one to introduce. If there was a class that we could have in D2, I would want the Blood Knight that Diablo Immortal has.
Power music. A demonic slave master herding demonic slaves.
Okay, let's go to Act 3. Let's actually go to the bazaar and go do
It's locked.
Serena as well. Alright, now Demonic Mastery is maxed, so now these guys are maxed on their damage. Cleric Priest I would be cool, yeah. There'd be a lot of cool ones. Okay, keep going Vitality. So again, we'll start going in Gorge after this. And get all of our stuff there. Go to Frigid Highlands. And again, if you want to farm, this can be a fantastic place for just picking up some easy levels. Kill here, rinse and repeat. You can take that all the way up to, honestly, like 70 if you want even. But I'm already 61. My guy's doing great. What do you think about Yee's 99 run? Do you know info on who the rank 1 guys are? The rank 1 guys are an RMT boosting, selling, botting site. I wouldn't personally say that is legit. Probably also account shared it or had a bot run it or whatever. Yeah, Yee's run. I mean, I think picking the Amazon was a mistake. I thought that from the beginning. I think Teo did that. He tried as well and had grand ideas for Amazon and then found that it just was lackluster. It just isn't... It isn't self-sufficient enough. You need godly gear, and then it has some zones, but some spots it's just not good. It just doesn't run the same. You know. Yeah, I was probably just account shared for that part, Necronite. But, you know, it's cool to run an Amazon that quickly overall. I think it was pretty brutal, the like time that had to go in. I think the harshest part or the hardest part about everything is Amazon requires so much babying and coordination, and I think that's the hardest part. Like us teleporting the Amazon, you know, going to every cat or every tombs and finding the right line for her and saying, okay, come in here and go here and then run this and then go to my next portal, and people wrangling mobs up, and like the amount of effort that you have to put in is so brutal. Whereas when, you know, you compare it to like when I ran the Warlock last season, obviously last season the Warlock was a little bit stronger, but he'd still be plenty strong. Like, he'd still do just fine. And I think he could be very similar in time. It was like, hey, just like come fill the game and leave the tombs alone. You know, like that's all you need. And then the Warlock or the Sorcerer, Novasaurus or a Hammerden, they're just like more self-sufficient. They can just like do all this stuff themselves. So that's kind of one of the big issues for the Zon, is she needs all of this help. It just ends up being so much. That I think is her ultimate like slowdown. Is there's just way too many moving parts. Damage reduced by 21. Wow, it's a lot of damage reduction. Yeah, it's like you just need Enigma for a 99 push. Having people baby you through some parts of it is fine. Early on especially, like you could see it did a really great job of getting his character to like 93, 94. Maybe like 92, 93. But then after that, you need your own Enigma to take over. Or just teleport from a sorceress, right? And Amazon doesn't even work well with Enigma anyways, but I still think you'd have to run it. Why was he refusing to wear Enigma? Maybe we didn't have the currency for it. Maybe he just didn't want to have to change up and respec, and it, you know, there's always a fear like, hey, this is working well enough. I don't want to go through and do this really expensive change and then it not work, and now I'm like really in a weird spot. But I do think Enigma would have been better for him to just have and telly around himself, even though Amazon sucks at tellying. But, you know, in the end, like we talked about, it was his race and his character to race, and he got to decide how he wanted to build it, so. Yeah, I mean, it's not great, Mike, but... How do you deal with fire mutants in hell? Well, Blood Boil has a physical component, which is why I'm putting points into Engorge. Because Engorge is actually a 20% physical damage boost. And Blood Oath is a fire damage synergy. So I'm trying to hit the physical synergy to get enough damage there. I also have a lower res one. And I have a mercenary, so the hope is between all those things we can deal with fire immunes. But additionally, I also will just teleport past them. Thanks, DW. Do you think he would have hit 99 if he was Source? Oh yeah, I think if Yi was Sorceress, he would have hit first 99 for sure. Just a faster character. Why did he go Amazon? He did some math and it ended up not being right math, or the math was dependent on really fast games and stuff, and it just ended up not being as expected. So he thought, hey, there's a war scythe. He thought that he'd be able to get 99 much faster with like really fast games and people doing a lot of stuff and all these things, but the Amazon just ended up not having the kill speed that he was expecting. And so it just ended up being a lot slower. Plus you have all the load times and all that stuff, you know. Source is always going to win 99? Not really. I've won 99 as a Hammerden, as a Warlock. I mean, I think it's really Paladin, Warlock, or Sorceress, or old school Mosaic Assassin, which now obviously you don't get. We don't have a Soul Rune, so unfortunately, nothing for that. The Ondals can definitely help. I mean, it's just an extra small boost, you know. You've never taken a character to 99? I wouldn't. Not worth it. Can also use our lower res wand here if we really wanted, but our guys are doing just fine. More Engorge, more Vitality. Oh, he definitely had the Colossal Gem. I mean, again, then the rank 1 was an RMT site. So they run tons of bots. They run tons of all of this. They buy it. They have all the stuff, right? It's an RMT site. And so, like, so they have all the things, all the high runes, all the gear, all the stuff. Illusionist, thank you for the Prime sub. Wow. There it is. Well, they're not trying to flex. They're trying to sell. Ral. Tier. Tell. So. 17 Medi.
I'll put that to good use.
They're promoting their site. Their site also does like boosting 99, right? They'll boost your character to level 90 or 95 or 99 or whatever. So they're just like it's a sale for them. That's all. Uh, 20%, kid. I mean, overall, I'm against JSP. I think it is still the largest trading player base and the most like accurate space for trading. And I do think it's actually very useful for like non-ladder, because there's no way to really trade value, like items that are worth so much. It's hard to trade like a bunch of 320/20s or 25s or anything like that, you know, like. But overall, the fact that you can buy Forum Gold is still a big L. And the fact that it goes cross ladder and stuff. Yeah, but any advertising's still good advertising, Equinine. Even when you're the biggest. It's kind of like Coca-Cola. Everybody knows Coca-Cola, but Coca-Cola still advertises like crazy, you know? Blizzard removed rank 1 for breaking TOS. Uh-huh. In Season 10, this same site. Did they get rank 1? They either got rank 1... I think they got rank 1. And Blizzard just removed them. Yeah, I mean, it's not great for your game when, like... You know, RMT sites are spamming even on top of the ladder leaderboards. Exactly, Green.
How may I be of help?
What's Blizzard's answer when you ask them why they... I mean, it's hard to shut down a site in China, probably. China is very difficult for a lot of things. There's a lot of, like, games as well that, like... someone will make a game, China will go and have someone just like steal the game, just straight up rebuild it, stolen. And you basically have like, you know, I was like, what do you do when that happens? And they were like, nothing. It just happens. You just ignore it. That's just, your game is now stolen and over there. There's just like no recourse. They're like, good luck legally fighting any of that and getting it taken down. You remember the screenshots of Chinese Team Fortress 2? Yeah, all the stuff is stolen and there's just no recourse. It just... That's what all the game devs I talked to. Because I was talking to them about Llama RPG and they were saying that. They're like, yep, don't bother. Pretty nice. We find some treads for ourselves and we find a Duriel shell for our mercenary, which is just fantastic. Great resistances, cannot be frozen. It's a really nice little combination we got going for ourselves right there. Yeah, Diablo 2 is a rated M game, so. And that is part nightmare of this guided playthrough. We're level 65, almost 66. No deaths, crushing through. Here's our skill build. Max, 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 putting points here. Our gear is Spirit, Lore, Res, and FCR. Ancient's Pledge, Authority, Fire Res, Dual Res, Life, Dual Res, and now some Treads, and then just some random Lifers and Res Charms. Pretty basic and easy, but nice and powerful. GG, I'll see you guys in part hell. Alright, let's do part hell.
Good day.
What's up, YouTube? Mr. Llama here, and today we're going to continue with part hell of the Blood Boil Summon Tainted Warlock. I suppose this is slightly more a Summon Tainted Warlock that uses Blood Boil as like a secondary, so maybe I'll even do this guided playthrough where we just don't run Tainted and just go hardcore into the actual like Blood Boil skill itself. But either way, that's kind of the fun of it, right? There's so many fun ways to play and adjust this character. So stats, enough for our Spirit Sword that we have on and everything else in Vitality. Skills, again, we're max, 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 and now putting points in Gorge. If we wanted to go harder into Blood Boil, we'd go max, 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 and then like 10 points here and maybe some Defilers or something. But yeah, a few different ways to play. And gear is really just whatever plus skills we can get from these things. And then resistances. We have a lot of resistances. I mean, you can even see right there. Really nice res overall. And our mercenary as well, we found Duriel Shell and Bale. We got a nice helm here, and then we have an insight. So he's also pretty rezzed up, which is solid. So working well. I do think I want to trade my mercenary out for a Holy Freeze at some point. So we will look into doing that. We can also try Players 8 and see how it goes. Now, we are getting into Hell. And one thing to note when you're getting into Hell is that there's going to be a lot more fire immunes. So, to deal with fire immunes, you are either going to have to skip them, like I'm going to do right here, or slowly blood boil them. And again, on players 8, that's going to be kind of rough. On players 1, it'll be much better. But we can, at the very least, kill all these dudes. And get some good experience going. Now, players 8 maybe a little bit much. I mean, we're already 66, so we should feel pretty good. But we have pretty good damage overall here. So I do feel like I can run at this higher player count and still have enough damage. Really, our Tainted's dealing 4k damage each is just super powerful, and then a little extra from our Blood Boil as well is super nice. Yeah. So we'll leave those guys. Ooh, he is super poisoned, it looks like. Down goes Mr. Mercenary. Players 8 is going to be a little bit difficult for the Mercenary to survive here. That's okay. And also, again, even if they're not always immune, we'll go to players 1. To fire, many of the mobs, especially fire enchanted and stuff, just have really high fire res. So a lot of times it ends up not worth it to try and sit and fight them. It's better to just kind of move forward. So that's one of the biggest and best skills that you can get playing this game, is learning to just avoid stuff and not need to kill every single monster. And one of the other things you can also note and think about when you're going forward is, yeah, this build is able to do players 8 content, but fire immune is going to be rough for it. So what can you do when you get to areas that aren't going to have many fire immunes? That's where you can turn on players 8. And then you can pick up a lot of experience from said areas. So Darkwood is a good example of an area where there's generally a lot of stuff that you can kill pretty easily. So we can turn P8 back on and mess around. Now, Countess is immune to fire. However, we do have, of course, Blood Boil. So we could do some Countess farming. It'd be probably a little bit slow at the Countess itself. But, I mean, we're getting our damage up here, which is nice. So, I'm just going to move forward, but I would recommend to you probably grabbing Black Martian, trying out a couple of Blood Boil or, you know, like Countess runs and see how it goes. And if there's any runes or rune words that you really want. Again, for us right now, it's like, I want Vex Rune, but that's not really going to be from Countess, so. We'll go down to players 1 before we head into here. Grab some full rejuice. Some more guys. It's nice and easy. And hopefully you're noting how much death mark is like a part of my gameplay as well. Right.
Simple cages for simple minds.
Like he just being able to teleport the mobs where you need them helps in not just getting their damage set, but also in the way of blocking damage that would be coming at you or distracting mobs away from you or something. So have we boiled any blood yet? Oh, tons of blood has been boiled. So much blood boiled. Hell archers are murder machines. It's true. Thankfully, this is actually a pretty good build against hell archers because they stay at a distance. You can death mark your summons on top of them. Then they're focusing those summons. And these guys can chow and take them out. So it actually ends up being kind of nice for your like archers and mages and things. Yeah, these guys shoot fireballs. See how good for this. I'm buying a new vehicle. Any thoughts? I mean, what do you need?
The shadows churn with the touch of anguish.
I have the Kia Carnival. I found that it was really nice. I enjoyed how it felt compared to like the Sienna and stuff. If you're just looking for a car, I think you just go with like a Honda, a Toyota. Yeah, get yourself a Camry or a Sienna or a Civic or something. They're very reliable. They're very safe. And one of the best parts, they're very common and much easier for like maintenance and stuff. Whereas if you know, there's many cars and brands that trying to maintain them is a huge hassle. Trying to do an oil change on a, you know, BMW is an absolute nightmare. It's all specialized and stuff. This solves a lot of that. So for me, I don't think you can go wrong there.
I can't.
German cars are made to be annoying, right? They did it on purpose. Okay, we'll go down to players 1. So we could probably be a higher players count if we wanted. Because fire melts in Dariel. Easy. And just like that, give yourselves the clap. Act 1. Done.
Greetings.
Oh, processes for getting a good deal or interest rates or anything like that. You can always go get a loan from like your credit union or bank or something. That'll be a better loan than they'll give you at the place. However, a lot of places, you don't want to tell them that when you're negotiating price and stuff, because they want you to use their loans, because that's where they get all this money from. They don't really care about cash anymore. If you come in and say, I'll buy all cash, they like don't want your business, because again, all their money comes from the interest. Interest rates are a little high right now, so it's not great. So that's, you know, a little bit annoying. For a good deal or whatever, I mean, what I did is I just messaged. I didn't go in first. I like messaged them prior, and I was like, "Hey, this is the car I want. Here's what I want the price to be out the door, right? Like, this is the out the door price I want. I want it to be XYZ. Can you make that happen?" And then, you know, the first ones were like, "Yeah, we can." And then I went there and they sold the car out from under me because somebody else came in and was like, "Oh, just buy it for whatever." And then they were scrambling to get me another car, but then they like weren't honoring the deal, so I just left. I was like, "No, all right, see ya." I basically told them, I mean, I straight up said this in the text. I said, like, I don't have a lot of time for this, or I don't want to put dedicate a lot of time into being, you know, my time being wasted. It's very valuable to me. If I feel like you're wasting my time, I'll let you know, and then I'm going to move on to another dealer. And then that's what happened. You know, like, at first I gave him a chance because I was like, okay, maybe someone else sold the car, whatever. But then he started, like, shifting it around. It was like, oh, you know, I was like, hey, you said that I was going to get, you know, you were going to match this, like, $1,000 off from this other place. And he was like, well, no, I said I was going to match 500 of it. And I was like, I literally have the text message from you that says, yeah, I'll do the 1,000. And I was like, at this point, you're no longer respecting my time. I'm going to go to another dealer. And then I just left. I went to another dealer and did the same process. I sent a text to him and said, hey, I'm looking at buying this car. Here's the price I want out the door. Can you make that happen? And, you know, he worked whatever little things back and forth. And I was like, I don't care how you get there. Like, you can put on whatever dumb warranty thing you want or whatever. If this is the price out the door, then we're fine. I don't care how you do it. And then he was like, yep, all right, I'll get you that price. And it worked. I went in and I was like, if I come in and you put a piece of paper in front of me that is not this piece of paper, I will leave and I will go to another dealership. And he was like, I understand. And I came in and he put the piece of paper down and it had exactly the price we agreed on out the door. There wasn't the like, well, there's also the sales fee and the dealer fee that it, you know, has to happen. And then I have to put this on there. And, you know, we have to do the $3,000, you know, because they'll try and do that stuff, right? They'll try and constantly be like, look, I can't do it. This is the dealer, you know, or the manufacturer makes me put this on here, so I have to add this to the price. Which is why you just negotiate, at least I did, just negotiate what I pay walking out the door. Nothing else. And if they try and add any of that on, you just say, oh man, that sucks for you. I guess you're going to eat that cost. Or, I'm going to go somewhere else. Bye. Because the final bill is not what we agreed on, and that's all I cared to discuss with you. And they will do it, and they'll be very annoying, and they'll try and beat you down and make you feel exhausted and like you just want it over and all the stuff. And I'm sure not every single car dealer sucks, but a lot of them suck. I'm sorry, a lot of the salesmen just suck. They're really annoying. And once they start trying it, it's generally not worth it to go back either. Because when you say, all right, never mind, I'm going to leave, then they're running out the door trying to, hold on a sec. I talked to my manager. He said I can knock some off. Just give me a minute. Then they make you wait 30 minutes. Then they come back and the price is still not right, but it's like $200 less. And you're like, why are you wasting my time? They'll keep wasting your time and keep pretending like you're bending them over a barrel for what they're doing for you. And it's all just a lie. Just don't. Again, once they start disrespecting your time, they're not going to stop. It's not worth it. Sounds about right, Crunchy. So, yep, it's just a bunch of tactics, and so yeah. Like I said, I had a great experience on the next dealership I went to. Because I walked in, the dude didn't try and sell me up on anything. He was just like, here's the paper we agreed on. I was like, that is the price out the door I agreed on. He's like, all right, here's your card. Thanks for coming in. And that was that. And he got the sale. That's fun, bourbon. Carmax worked for you? Nice. Every time I hear stuff from the US, I think I'm too European for this. Is there not a... Does Europe not have car salesmen? You don't have to deal with scummy car salesmen all the time? UK is the worst. It feels like a universal thing, right? More regulation, maybe. That was for a new car. I mean, it's the same for all of them. It doesn't matter. Used, new, you're going to get the same BS from all of it. And you can always just negotiate the final price before you even come in. And again, you should always negotiate on the final price. That is the biggest thing I can say. Because if you don't negotiate on the final out the door price, they have way too many sneaky ways to jack the price up in other ways. Raising your interest rate, extending the loan length, right? There's like so many ways where they can make it so you're paying way more money. But it seems like it's a better deal for you.
Allow me to advise you.
Oh, they have every fee that exists, Stuntman. There are so many fees that dealerships will tack on. Sales fee, dealership fee, manufacturer fee, transportation fee, you know, whatever. There's like a couple of them that are actually like they have to tack on, and then the rest are all just made up stuff. The doc fee. Oh yeah, they'll have a documentation fee for that. Here's an example of a fire immune I'm just not going to deal with.
This realm must be what remains of Horizon's mindless soul.
Processing fee. It's like whenever you DoorDash something or buy a ticket on Ticketmaster, right? They show you a low price originally, and then what you actually get. Am I gonna fourth way every single normal nightmare in hell?
Good day.
How may I help you?
Welcome to my shop.
Dang, Grouchy. It slightly reminds me of when I was buying the house. Moo and I were buying this house, and we were like looking to buy homes, and it was a popular time to buy homes, right? So, you know, there was like a lot of demand for houses, and we went to this one builder, and we're like, hey, you're building these houses in this area. It looks nice. You know, we'd like to see like what the prices are and all this stuff. And so they showed us the prices, and they were like, you know, 400,000 for this, 500,000 for this, whatever. And I was like, oh, okay, that seems nice. Like, can we see some of the ones that are available? And they said, well, we've actually shifted to a blind auction model because there's a lot of demand. So that is the starting price that you have to put a bid in at. And you just have to put a blind bid. And these houses have been going for like 100 to 200,000 over asking. So put in a good bid. Also, it's brand new houses, but you don't get to customize anything at all. And you get whatever materials we use for any of them, because whatever. And we're using like garbage materials, right? Like because I got to look at like what materials they were using, and it was just like the worst materials that they could grab. They were just putting out, building as many of the worst houses possible as fast as possible, and then saying blind bid on all of them. So we did not. And because it was like at that like time, you know, where houses were like selling and they were getting lots of bids and stuff, they were just jacking the prices up like every month. Every month they would have like 4 to 6 new homes come available, and they'd be like $50,000 to $100,000 more for the starting price on them every month. They were just like, oh man, we could just like go crazy right now. And they all sold. Yeah, they did. People were bidding on them. I mean, a lot of them were going to foreign investors. That was a very popular thing then. So a lot of foreign investors were just putting in cash bids, $200,000 over asking. It was crazy. Sight unseen. These things aren't even built. You don't even get to like see the materials they're building with. It's like, oh, well, we get this, you know, like this nice carpet in our bedrooms. Maybe. Or you could get this garbage carpet. It just depends what material was available when the builder found it, you know, like it was literally anything goes. It sounded so illegal. And those houses are falling apart. This is like 4 years ago. And those houses are literally peeling. Baseboards are peeling off. Garage doors are warped. It's like the worst construction you've ever seen. Great Marsh, yeah. They're using like sawdust for all this. I mean, it's bad. It's so bad. So I was all for like newer homes. I was like, yeah, like why would you get an older home? Let's get a newer house. That'd be nice. And then after I saw like all of that and we went in and we're like looking at other newer homes that were a few years old that were just one, devoid of personality. They were like so bland in every aspect, but two, just completely falling apart. I was like, you know what? You've convinced me. Flare jungle, nice. You have convinced me. Nightmare Andy from Mage Fist, yeah, probably be good. Yeah, the experience buying my current house was much better. My current house is built older. It's like 30, 40 years old. And the quality is 1,000 times better. It's like so noticeable when you compare it to newer homes. I'm pretty Sure Andy can do it from Nightmare, because I'm pretty sure I got them there. You could always try Nightmare Mephisto or Hell Andy and maybe get some better stuff. But check a drop calculator, but I'm like 95% certain. Yeah, it's just like, oh man. It was so much different. Just like the character, well, one, the materials, two, the character, crown molding, and the way that they like have, you know, walls and all of that. When you really go look at some like older versus newer homes like that, you just see so much better craftsmanship in a lot of unique ways. That was like the biggest surprise for me. It all made sense. Again, as soon as I like didn't understand it exactly until we went to that one builder who was a reputable builder and had built a lot of like decent quality homes. But they just like completely abandoned any and all ethics and thought and care. And we're just like on a mad dash to grab cash. And it did not matter. They did not care any bit about anything except getting the next house out there and bid for as high as they could. And that was it. There was nothing beyond it. Now it's like, oh, I get it now. I understand why all the new stuff sucks. You remodeled your old home from the 70s and the wood is so solid from old timber. Yeah. It's just like... And I'm sure there are some like older homes that are also poorly built. Like I'm sure that does exist. But... more trash. Okay. Change of topic. Will you be seeing any of the World Cup games live? I was gonna go to a World Cup game, but then FIFA, like that was many months ago. My friend asked if I wanted to go. I was like, yeah, let's go to one. But then FIFA was like, here's your prices. Tickets are $1,000 minimum. Crazy. I mean, this is a pretty powerful chillin' warlock build, if I'm going to be honest. Magic would also be very good for chillin' and not having to worry about too many immunities. As always, lower Kurost. You can run in. You can players 8 these chests. Try and hit yourself a burr rune. That much money to watch soccer is absurd. Oh, I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. That's like the bare minimum for nosebleeds where you won't even be able to see the game. The average ticket is like over $3,000 or something. I have no interest in spending that money on one of the most corrupt organizations for the garbage of that. How much for a beverage there or something to snack? Oh, I'm sure it's like $20 for a hot dog, $15 for a bottle of water. Like, they're going to be ridiculous. World Cup's gonna be a bust. I mean, at those prices, it should be a bust. On top of the fact that like tourism is way down to the U.S. right now, nobody wants to come here. Like that's gonna hurt it even more. I don't know who's gonna be buying $1,000 tickets nonstop. I have no clue, man. I have absolutely no clue. But not me. Yes. I thought, oh yeah, I'll get a ticket for like $100. That was like my price point. I'm like, oh, you're not even in the realm of... We're in different zip codes completely. So I'm sure like Jake Paul and stuff will be there, but outside of some influencers and a few Richies, I don't know who's going to be affording that. Perfect. And if he's going to be there, that's a solid reason to not go. I agree.
Impossible.
When am I making the transition to influencer boxer? Any second now. I've been highly debating it. I thought, you know, I've always wanted to punch or something like that. Got all these anger issues. I always wanted to step into the ring with Mike Tyson, but only if I could pay him to not take it too seriously. Take it easy, you know. Who would I like to fight from D2 community? Not BT Neanderthal. Dude's a giant. Maybe like Kano. He's also tall, isn't he? Shoot. Cooley's he's a little shrimp. Cooley it is. I'll have that reach on him. Oh, hey, shrimp. Look, I want to fight the smallest dude there. No shame. Put me in the rink with that 80-year-old tiny guy who's never boxed before. I don't want to get hit and get concussion or something. Screw that. I mean, just using a spirit sword right now. Not a Mike Tyson though. 80 years old, but like never fought before. That's my fight. It's fair, Joe. Texas has a TOTS age division for youth wrestlers. Do I think Baby Llama can cut to 35 pounds? My man, Baby Llama has never even approached 35 pounds in any capacity. That is easy. She is well under that. Your money's on Schmuck. What? Is anybody betting on Llama for this fight? It's gotta be a pretty good money bet, right? Gonna get good odds. Someone throw $1 at least. Okay, we can always use our lower resist wand. Oh, looks like it's not going to break there. Well, We can also just blood boil if we
Greetings,
want.
Mr. Llama and chat. I asked myself today, is a binded Lister stronger than the Amazon's Valkyrie? Has this ever been tested in PvP or something?
Probably, yeah. I mean, it's hard to say because they just redid it all. Old one was for sure. His new one, still probably yes, but less known. So here we're using our beautiful points of blood boil to deal the damage with the physical damage we've been working on. Pretty solid. And again, extremely safe, which is the really nice part. Fire ice boson on faces immune monster and magic arrow would be a good solution. I mean, I would just not fight the fire and cold mob. I would just find one that's like fire light immune and then use cold on that one or something like that, you know. Cold light immune and use fire on that one. But because magic arrow, like, yeah, it can be nice, but also then you're like investing more points over there and having to deal with more for it. It can be a lot. Durance of Hate. If you want to farm with this character, it can always be good to just go grab the waypoint. Nice and easy. Mephisto is, of course, a fantastic farming spot. However, Helen Dariel is going to be really good for this build because of the fire damage. Again, she has minus 50 fire res, so that's just going to be super powerful. Dang. Okay, we'll grab the waypoint. We'll go repair and get some more TP scrolls. Perfect, nice and easy. We're starting to get into the like weird Durance maps that could just be anywhere.
I can't.
Ay, ay, ay. There we go. Make sure we're players 1. We can teleport across. We can swap to lower resist. And we can absolutely watch as Mephisto gets slaughtered. Easy. So again, used to not be that great of a boss killer, but now, because they've buffed up the like tainteds a lot by fixing that synergy, so helpful. Also, hey, Whizpike. It's always nice.
What do you need?
So very helpful. Yes, universe. So Act 3 complete. We could do that players 8. Yeah, we could do higher player count for sure if we wanted. Players 3, that'd be fine. Players 8 would be a little rough. But players 3 would probably be solid for right now. We could do players 8 with gear. If I had like Enigma and you know, Hodo or whatever I want. Arzal's Balos, excuse me. You know, whatever else, right? Flickering Flame, etc., etc. I could players 8 bosses and melt them really fast. Oh, hello. Okay, a little bit spicy. Now the good news is we do have Death Mark here, and I also have pretty good light res. And also with Death Mark, you can Death Mark over objects, so you don't have to wait until you can see the enemy. You can Death Mark on top of, you know, beyond an object. And that actually ends up being pretty helpful. I think 3 times Tainted is the best to run here. Let's go find Isual. Even on hardcore? Yeah, I mean, I haven't died yet. We've been like crushing everything. This has just been like super strong. There's just so much damage there. River Flame is so laggy, just always. The flickering bonus doesn't work for the demons, but +3 to fire skills, it does add to them. Sorry about the frames. This is just the river of frames. That's all. It's just a terrible zone. That lava, man, is so brutal. Get a 50-90. I mean, maybe. I don't even know the solution. I don't have that lag. The lag is just from the stream itself. This one right here. Now, here is the tough part of the run. There are a lot of fire immunes in here. Now, the good news is we do enough physical damage that we can slow roll them down. And so that's just going to have to be how it be. I've got NVIDIA. It's just River of Frames is very poorly optimized, so. It's just the lava. The lava is just terrible. Old graphics work fine with it. It's just the new graphics. But you can't go to old graphics anymore, so. Try and just kill the like boss dude there really fast. Okay, we just need to make sure he's not immune to physical and fire. If he is immune to physical and fire, you just have to reset your chaos. Otherwise, lower res is not going to break these guys, so all you can do is blood boil and regen them whenever you can. Time to head to bed. Good night. Get a little bit more of that. One dex I don't care about. And just keep blowing these dudes up. Nice and easy. One down, 2 to go. Looks like Desace did spawn fire immune. That's unfortunate. So this might be a little bit more annoying. Can probably lower res him, but we'll deal with that later. Right now, that fanaticism is pretty painful to mix with the curse. Ouch. See? Nope. Won't do it. So it's gonna just be another blood boil kill. Perfect. One more to go. Nice and easy. And Diablo should be pretty simple. Again, make sure your player is 1. Get your lower res wand out. And these guys should take care of him pretty quickly. Easy. 1 act to go. To the Eldritch Blast.
What do you need?
Tainted was good before. Did it get better? Yeah, it got better. How do I solo self on my own Thunder Charm? Honestly, just doing like Hell Andy runs. But you can go do, you know, tunnels or whatever things if you want as well. Just go kill stuff. No, there's no revive here. Let's go to Act 5. Wow, we're level 71. Crushing it on levels. Absolutely crushing it. And again, one where if you want to farm some more levels right here, you totally can. You can just go like players 8. Just do some Eldritch farming. Great place to pick up a few levels. So lots of good experience right here. And you can do this up to mid-high 70s. And if he's fire immune, then you just move on, right? You just like don't kill him. Just kill the other dudes. Or you can try and kill him with your slow blood boil. Like that also can work. But optional. Either way, 72 is plenty enough. I of course can also let's kill all the other stuff around. Keep moving. Is there a world where it'd be recommended to run a fire and physical? Not really. There's so few physical immunes, and you know, you just kill them with fire anyways. Sometimes you'll get like List of the Tormentor is physical fire, so like that could be annoying, but if you have a Fire Sunder, you're already breaking that there. I don't think you need to do it both ways. Hey! Someone in chat wanted that. Alright, well, perfect. 1 to fire skills is 1 more to Tainted and Blood Boil. Yeah, at the end we'll do a recap of all the order. I was just thinking how Mage Fist would be so nice to find for this. How convenient. I've been running this build with Lister, Cursed, and Vigor. Vigor would be nice to have from a Bound Demon. And you totally can run it with a big demon if you want. That's up to you. I mean, I think fire is a faster leveling build, but the safety on this is really nice. And it's still like pretty fun and stuff, so I don't know. I think this is plenty good for running. Fire has more immunes, which is why I shift over to magic when I get to like hell, but I mean, this has immunes and it's been dealing just fine. Now, the thing we will have to deal with is Talic is going to be fire immune, no matter what. It's just going to happen. So when we get to the Ancients, we're going to have the solution to that. We can try and get the Mercenary and see if he'll do okay, but he's probably going to die while we're there, would be my guess. Because I haven't been like doing a lot for Emilio, so he's not as tanky as he could, should, would be. But we can see. Could also, of course, run like an Act 3 mercenary or something and keep him a little bit behind. And that would work. Has Blizzard blocked all bail running bots? I mean, they definitely like fought against bots. Some, you know? But bots find their ways back in. So how many bots actually are existing now versus not? I mean, it seems, I don't know. There's probably still the bots on Resurrected that are working though, and you know, plenty of questions. Who knows? Have I died on this run? No. This has been a very hardcore friendly run. And I mean, I'm moving fast. Like fast-ish. We're, you know, not even 5.5 hours. Level 72 in hell. I don't think there's been a time that we were even close to dying. You could potentially say we were mildly close to dying in the Chaos Sanctuary up at Vizier's Seal. That was probably the closest I felt like I could maybe have died. And even then, I didn't feel very close at all. So... Didn't even really feel that close at all. Yeah, it's too much. I don't think it's intended like that. I mean, if you watch this whole thing, I'll talk at the end about like how I did this build order through, and then some thoughts. Let's try and grab a mercenary. Do you think you have an updated guide for Cleave Mirrored Blades post-patch? I mean, the thing is, I don't think Cleave changed at all. Nothing changed with Cleave. So I think it's the exact same as what I had before. Alright, let's get Holy Freeze.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
Okay. So for Ancients, again, one of the things we can do is telly over here really fast. And then telly back. And now... Darn. It's okay. So we're gonna just have to blood boil them down. So that's just a way you can like separate them off. Just make sure he's not stone skin would be the biggest thing. Because obviously if he's stone skin or immune to physical or anything, then it's not going to work. So now we could also put out some goats if we wanted. See if they'll do anything. They have a nice stun. You don't like Blood Boil on bosses? Well, thankfully, the Tainteds are so good against bosses that you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, Merce did okay. Just hard. Extensions are tough for him. Now he has teleportation, so we do have to be careful about that. Sometimes he'll do that, where he just teleports right on top of you. Nice and easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. More engorge, more vitality. That in there. Perfect. Oh, Nightmare Andy drops all sorts of goodies. Shell Rune! Wow! So my resistances... They are a little low. It's probably not worth making Shale Eth just for 2 more resistances, to be honest. But we could make Shale Eth in this for 2 more Summon Tainted for a little bit more damage. But again, I don't really need the damage right now. Survivability is worth more than that to me. Grab a waypoint for safety. Never know. Does SCR and our IS affect tainted damage at all? So the IS of the tainted, I believe, affects their cast. But I want FCR. For my own casting. But they use IS. Okay. Assailants are a little bit annoying. But again, thankfully we have this physical physical damage to deal with them. Cruising. This build's been great. This has just been a fantastic build. Nice and easy. That'd be interesting to know, Doctor. Did this build feel like its playstyle had to grow or change from Nightmare Through Hell? I mean, we just shifted into like more blood boiling, the fire immunes and stuff, you know. But it's definitely like more of a summon tainted build, and then the blood boil is like secondary, which again, I would be interested to kind of see if maybe I should run it the other way. I might respec at the end just to look. We are level 26 tainted. 4.6 to 5k damage. Blood Boil dealing 1184 to 1671 physical. And then some fire on it as well. Now, wave 5 will be rough. Especially if he's stone skin. Then we're just dragging him out. But either way, it'll be hard. Yeah, so, you can do wave 5, but it will be slow. My recommendation is just let it go. Just drag them out. Without a fire sunder or anything, this is just going to be too brutal. And then we can go and kill Mr. Bale. Yeah, it doesn't show the physical damage on that sheet. Cast lower res. Let our tainteds go to work. And remember, you can port them over pillars, so don't even have to worry about it. Nice and easy. Not even 6 hours all the way through hell. Easy as that. And level 74. So not just through hell, but like through hell and leveled as well. Cool. So let's talk about the build a little bit. How he ran it, the good, the bad. All that stuff. Yeah. Okay. So stats and skills, we ended 74, which is very high. Another build that was able to really just power level. Not much strength, the rest of vitality. So we're able to have almost 1500 life, which is huge. Definitely helps for survivability. We never died. Could have run it hardcore. Again, I never died or even felt like I came close to dying. Super easy run in that case. Definitely up there in top 5 like hardcore builds. I never even used Sigil Lethargy. This would have also been something that could have been useful for like the Ancients or something, just to make it a little bit easier, or for bosses, right? You could use that. But I was pretty happy to just put the words over, or the skills over here. So we went for max Tainted for 5k damage. We went max Blood Boil and max Demonic Mastery, and then started getting close to maxing Engorge for the physical damage added here, which again gave us the fire and physical combo, which was really nice. Spirit, Lore, Authority, 12 all res, Ancient's Pledge, Faster Run Walk, res, life, res, and we found Mage Fist in Act 5 there, which were just nice. So, nothing too crazy, like fine gear. Everything was fine. You know, getting Mage Fist was a little lucky, but even that came right at the very end. Otherwise, pretty basic. Leveling order was just getting Demonic Mastery up, you know, to the 5, close to the 10, getting Tainted and starting pumping that, and then putting some in Blood Boil, finishing Tainted, finishing Blood Boil, finishing Demonic Mastery, and then starting on Engorge. That was kind of our order. And I want to take a look at, if I respec this and go into the like max. Oh, I need I was like, where's all the damage? I mean, that's not bad. Having, you know, each of the blood boils be 1410 to 1990. And then I'm going to probably use consume, I would imagine. To consume, well, let's see. I would want 10 for max demons. Then defilers. I'd probably want a bound demon, but let's just go with consume. Let's pretend. And then let's do here. And the tainted. Consume the tainted. Now we had some fire damage on. I guess I need to go to a new game really fast to... Let's see it. This will be the like pure blood boil style. Consume the tainted. Players 8.
I can't.
I mean, it's pretty good. That might be even faster than the Tainteds for that farming. So. I mean, it's solid both ways. It's solid both ways, to be honest.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Well, GG. That is the Blood Boil Summon Tainted build. Very fun. Yeah, we lost the Consume buff because we summoned the third Tainted. That's annoying. So I probably wouldn't run with the Consume, even though it is kind of nice. But then I'd maybe run into like more Max Demon or something. I don't know. I would think about it. Yeah. Nice and chill and fun. GG. Don't forget to like and subscribe, YouTube. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. Okay. Let me pee really fast, and then we'll do a tiny bit more. 1 second.
Hi there YouTube. Mr. Chair SC here with another Diablo 2 video.
All right, I hope Chair did a good job. Have you seen Hephaestus consume bonus? 4 skills and 20 DR? Holy cow. That's wild. I wonder how many of those have changed. I might need to update that. Okay, so interesting poll result. I don't see any polls. I actually don't see any polls. Where's the poll? Poll. What? That's crazy. 90%. Oh, you just that's absurd. Truly absurd. Such a Can you believe the absurdity? Okay.
I didn't vote in the poll because binary azeotrope isn't the boss of me.
Smart. Should we have it be here? Okay, so let me go find this. So what we need to do, maybe it's best, best in a picture form. Maybe we go to paint. Don't love that font. Just give me like Arial. Wait, what happened to the 1, 2, and 3? Okay. So we need to organize these. Here is a profession tree. Let's just say alchemy to start. Well, let's start with the gathering. So mining profession tree. This is Llama RPG, by the way, for just a small piece. So we need to kind of rank these in like a green or something, or a red, of what level they should be. So unlock higher tier should probably come at Let's just give a general sense. Retry should be at the bottom. Let's just put 30. Less stuff needed, 24. Add time can be 1. We'll say 6. 18. Maybe 12 and 24. Increased percentage. 18. Remove a difficulty. 18. Slow down. 12. 24. Unlock a better tool would be around like 18. Chance for increased quantity. $30. Upgrade reroll. It's also probably like 30. Pick up jobs. 12 and 6. Okay, so that doesn't leave a lot. In the lower half. Well, they changed them. So it used to be holy fire ore. They changed the consumes recently. So I would have to go look at all of them again and update that page. Okay. So retry minigame would go here. Upgrade. I do feel like there's 3 there. So we have retry, upgrade, quantity. Maybe less stuff needed could be lower down. So starting out, maybe like this. Time and I think slowdown could also be there. Yeah, you're right, Green. They changed them this latest patch. Maybe it's just time at the start. So it feels like there should be another option. At 6, we can have minus requirements. Slow down, maybe. Yeah. This could also be tool. Tool upgrade could be there. This is for Llama RPG. We're trying to figure this out. So this is going to go to 6 instead. $12 could be jobs and tier. Could be enough, honestly. But if we want to add another one, we could have something 1, 6, 12, 18, 24. Minus stuff. RNG roll. Tier 2. I guess this is tier 3. This is tier 2. And tool upgrade 2. It's 18. Minus difficulty increase percentage. And I think that has all of them, right? Slow down, our tool, chance, pick up jobs. Yeah. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, or 15 if we have tools. Actually, 16. Well, I don't have anything in this slot. Detect resources. It is actually interesting. Tiny's not my middle name. It was my nickname in high school. Yeah, maybe this is like detect. Yeah, it'd be crazy, Alexander. Oh, she loves it. I wonder if there's... So, is there anything we want to move around here? I think I'm going to get rid of tools for now. Tools can be in the future. I guess we can leave those to the side. Tier 2 and Tier 3 seem good. Like that feels like a pretty good profession tree. Now, I guess you just get 1 point. So let's see how many points we can get here. So we have, let's say 5. 5. 5. 1. 1. 1. 1. This might just be a 1 as well. 5. Maybe it's a chance for it. 5, 5. 5. Minus stuff. 5. Minus difficulty. So 1. Detect resources could be a 1 or a 5. That's a hard one to say. Maybe a 3 for like increased detection on like the higher tier resources. And transfer increased quantity 5. Yeah, like 1 per tier, something like that. Okay, so in total, that is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35, 45, 48 points. Which means... like, I don't want you to just be able to fully max everything. You should have to have some... Should you get a point for every... well, hard to say. So level 100 is maximum. So maybe you should get a point. Not 99. Maybe you should get a point for every like 5 levels. So you're going to end up with 20 points in total. And then we can, of course, have a few extra. Yeah, it is. It would make sense as a gamer to give 1 point per level and make the requirement times 5. What do you mean? Like 25, 25. You like if you want to get jobs, you have to put 5 points in before you can get them. Let's actually, let me put these back. Okay. Well, let's do instead, let's go 20, 20, 20. That's fair. So you're saying once you invest 5 points, then you get these. This can go to 10. Twenty, 20, 20, 20. 20. $20, $40, $60, $80, $100, $120, $40, $60, $80, $210. And you get one per level, and there will be a couple other places. Yeah, I think that's good. Got to be qualified to hire or have some entry-level job, and the more jobs you do, the higher level jobs open. Jobs are available. Yeah, this is like... There could be like a expert level jobs as well. So that could also be a thing down here or something. Could be like... But jobs actually don't exist for mining. Hey, I got it fixed. I think when you're a sub now, binary, you can. I had to replace the spring and the little thingy below the cartridge as well. So jobs are picking up jobs for other people. To unlock skills with 5, need all 5 points invested. So it's a little TBD about how many professions a character can have. I'm not sure what the right answer is. I'm not sure if we should allow people to just have infinite professions. And if you want to dedicate all the time into it, you can. Or if it's better to say, no, you get 2 professions or something, and that's all you get. You know, like maybe you can only take 2 professions past level 12 or something. There are not, Blue Star. Not currently, at least. So right now you just have your different professions. You can be a master cook, a master miner, a master alchemist, a master tailor, a master fisherman, a baiting master, a master hunter, a master blacksmith, right? Like, you can be any of these like professions, and master gardener or whatever. But you have to spend time doing all of these, right? It's like, to improve your mining, you have to go mine. To improve your alchemy, you have to go craft potions. Like, you have to do this things to get the next level. Yeah, there'd be the blacksmith is a crafter. They're kind of enchanting in a way. So it's like, well, do we just let someone go and go crazy with it? Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, they're going to be separate with it. So, yeah, that's still being decided. Okay, it's Dad o'clock. I gotta go with the kiddos. GG, everybody. True riddle. We are back tomorrow, I think. What's tomorrow? Wednesday. Should be back tomorrow. I did. Peace. Thanks for being
Hope
here.
you had a good stream.
Thanks, Blue Star. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Don't forget to check out the VOD channel. Hang out there. And I'll see you then. Peace.
Many moons have passed since I left the town of Tristram behind me. Since then I've tried to forget the terrors I beheld beneath the cold earth and the twisted nightmares that have haunted my every waking moment. There's something dark within me now. I can feel it. Ice blast to the past, a bitter killer's mastery class, an orb of ice, a centrifuge recast at the fast, a frozen mass. They shattered into glasses of ash, a chill and blizzard wizards cast, and now I'm gone in a flash. And we don't stop, a Nova proc, a weapon swap, a unique drop. We're tearing through this chaos, listen to our master rap to flock. The last who popped the moment stopped, he's finally free. Not even death can save him from me. Holy bolt, holy shield, holy freeze. I might smite the Lord of Terror unto his knees. I'll set free the beast within just to watch him bleed. Pure concentration, no salvation, just to restore peace and bring order to the world. The desecration from my sword, he start a war. I'll massacre the core foundation of the law. This ain't no soul in search of answers, just a hero with a T. And by the time I finish slaying, there won't be Diablo 3. Lord of destruction, Lord of corruption, Lord of the hate and pain. I instigate a flow so great, eviscerate the syndicate. I decimate, eradicate my foes in teratonic state. They suffocate, choke on my name. Lord of seduction, Lord of disruption, Lord of the lies, Belial hides inside. He's terrified, mass genocide. My master rhymes identify the stale while they listen as I amplify, specify it's time to die. Bring it back to the master of the track. Travel east to find the beast so I can slay him with my rap. Don't need flails or a sword, tie my hands behind my back. Like a shop up, I'ma kill him with my lyrical attack. Time to let out my battle cry. I don't find the time to grind a level 9 to 9. Support the party blizzard wizard and that summon god. I stand to tank the flank of dolls, but when I try to fight, my damage lacks. Decrepified, I can't attack. I spent my life mastering axes, now I'm damned to cat. Or cries of anguish, they don't care, they want the mana back. Dead dreams of prestige, honor, valor, now I stand and rap. I go slow, a mental block from years ago. Still trapped inside my mind, the fiction highlights all I know. Yet as I hit my blows, my vengeance charges start to grow. Look out, Diablo, this barbarian's about to blasphemy. I pray to find a glitch or bug to get me past these three. I'll lose my mind if Talik's extra faster, I can't see. Maddox throws, it's time to focus, DJ drop that beat. They're afraid